Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we talk with two professors leading the Applied Behavior Analysis concentration in our Psychology Master's Degree program. It prepares our students for work in a growing field that helps people set and reach life-changing goals. We introduce you to an Army veteran who continues to serve our military-connected population through the Rutherford County Tri-Star Veterans Resource Center. He got his master's degree from MTSU with help from the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Center. And we tell you about our textile merchandising degree program, which features high-tech tools and hands-on learning to help students find careers in apparel design and fashion merchandising. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Professors Annie Galizio and Jay Hennenkamp lead the Applied Behavior Analysis program in our Department of Psychology. This master's degree program, part of the experimental psychology concentration, prepares our students for work in a growing field that helps people set and reach life-changing goals. Jay, Annie, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having us.
Love having first-timers on Out of the Blue. It's first episode of the new year, so let's talk about behavior analysis. To our viewers and listeners, what is it?
Yeah, behavior analysis is the science of learning and behavior. Applied behavior analysts take that understanding of learning principles and concepts and they apply it to socially significant behaviors to help people. And in our program, our goal is to teach behavior analysts to be competent practitioners and to help those around them.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Applied behavior analysts, they're certified professionals who work with clients, and they'll set behavior change goals, they'll design interventions for clients, they'll take data, make sure things are working. And the goal really of ABA is to improve the quality of life for our clients by using evidence-based practices.
Well, can you explain to us, Annie, exactly what does an applied behavior analyst do?
Yeah, well, applied behavior analysts work with a variety of different behaviors and a variety of different clients in lots of different settings. In general, ABA practitioners will use evidence-based neurodiversity affirming practices to teach things like social skills, communication, academic skills, and everyday life skills to promote independence.
And the clients we work with are often individuals on the autism spectrum or individuals with developmental disabilities, and the services that we provide, they're often provided in homes or in clinics or in the community. And for example, most of my experiences, I've worked with children on the autism spectrum, and I've worked in their home or in centers. But really, applied behavior analysts, they work with all different age ranges and in all different types of settings.
So Annie, I understand that clinical behavior analysts also work with people who are struggling with substance abuse and addiction. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, applied behavior analysts often work with people who are struggling with substance abuse or addiction. There's something called contingency management, where we essentially reward people who are remaining abstinent, who are staying sober, and that tends to be a very effective kind of treatment. But it's used in a variety of other settings as well, too.
Yeah, one other thing that I want to mention, I know we can do a lot of different things, or applied behavior analysts can do with the appropriate training, lots of different things. But one other thing that people often do as applied behavior analysts is they'll work and use behavioral techniques like shaping and positive reinforcement, and work with pet owners, for example, or animals in zoos and aquariums. And for example, I spent some time working in a zoo with lemurs, and we focused on environmental enrichment and training animals to accept veterinary care. So a whole bunch of things applied behavior analysts can do. I've
got to stop you here. How did you find that? How did you find that task and make it relevant to this situation? I mean, is that a standard in your field?
I don't think that's standard. I did my master's in Texas, and part of that group that I got involved with is we worked with, like I said, zoos there, and like I said, we work with animals. They need to be crated, brought indoors when it's cold. They need to accept medical. So a lot of the basic learning principles, we ask, how could we apply this to working with lemurs or people who are struggling with dementia, like what do we know about learning and how do we arrange environments to support lemurs or humans? They're not always the same things, obviously, but yeah, that's what we do.
Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
So Annie, this really sounds like an interesting career, and I know students are always looking for these opportunities. It's in demand, right?
Absolutely, and applied behavior analysts are certified, meaning they go through special training, they get education, they do experience in the field, and there's huge demand for certified applied behavior analysts. We call them board certified behavior analysts. And there's also an undergraduate level certification that a lot of our undergraduates work in. It's called registered behavior technician. And again, that one's even in more demand. There are 11,000 job postings as of this morning in Tennessee alone. So it's in huge demand right now.
Jay, can you describe a little bit about the program? What does it involve?
At MTSU, students can earn a master's degree with a concentration in experimental psychology, specializing in behavior analysis. And while earning that degree, students are going to take courses in research methodology, they're going to take courses in applied and experimental behavior analysis, they're going to take courses in supervision and ethical conduct. And the great thing about our program too is that they're able to tailor the program a little bit to their interests. And so like a lot of our students also, in addition to their core behavior analysis courses, will take courses in behavioral neuroscience or child development.
So we have some who will, once they graduate, they'll go on, they'll get certified, they'll start working in their community. But we have other students as well who will take a slightly different path and might pursue a doctoral degree in various fields like behavior analysis, of course, but also clinical psychology, school psychology, special education, speech language pathology. Our specialization really sets you up for any of those career paths. We also have a lot of research training during our program, which makes you a very competitive applicant for a doctoral degree.
Annie, where can folks find out more about this on the web?
Yeah, we'd love to talk to anybody more about this. So you're welcome to reach out to us, but you can also find information at the MTSU website. So it's mtsu.edu/behavior analysis. And you can also find some information about behavior analysis in general at the Behavior Analyst Certification Board website, which is bacb.com. But also just feel free to reach out to us directly.
Annie, Jay, thanks for coming on the program. Congratulations on 50 years of the psychology program. We're glad to help celebrate that and telling our viewers and listeners about this great program. We appreciate you both.
Thanks so much for having us.
And we'll be right back.
We do it all. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check 1 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking BIG, VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. I'm honored today to introduce you to Keith Prather. He's an active duty Army and Army Reserve veteran, chairman of the TriStar Veterans Resource Center in Rutherford County, and a recent MTSU graduate with a master's degree in social work. Keith is here to talk to us about his service to military-connected families and his experience as a graduate student who found his stride on our campus thanks to the help of the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Veterans and Military Family Center. Keith, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You know, we bump into each other a lot at veterans events, and when we were both at the Veterans Outpost at the Grand Prix, we talked a lot about your journey as a Blue Raider, getting your master's degree last August. And I want to get into all of those points, but I want to talk first. I'm going to pull this out of you because you don't like to brag about yourself. I want you to talk about your career in the United States Army, both in the active Army and the Army Reserve, retiring as a Chief Warrant Officer. Talk about some of the roles that you played in the Army.
Well, that's been a great ride for me, Andrew. Started out as, I say, from the bottom to the top. I started out as a private admin guy and worked my way up to a master sergeant on the enlisted side of the house. And then I transitioned to become a warrant officer. I started out as a public affairs officer. I got to do a tour in Iraq as a public affairs officer, which tell the Army story was just an honor to be able to do that. And then I transitioned, believe it or not, to JAG. I ended up in the JAG Corps. A friend of mine was an attorney and he recruited, they were looking for warrant officers. I became a certified mediator. I did conflict resolution, workplace disputes, and I managed the sexual assault response and prevention program for the U.S. Army Reserve Legal Command. So,
wow.
Ended up as a deputy command chief warrant officer, had 28 warrant officers underneath me running legal admin shops across the country, and just a great career.
And of course, you're continuing to serve in your role now as chairman of the TriStar Veterans Resource Center. Yes. Talk about what that organization does and what you do for them.
Okay, well, as the chairman, I lead the organization, lead the board, and answer to the board. But we are a resource center. We make sure veterans get the resources they need to improve the quality of their life. And we house about 10 agencies, VSOs like the DAV, VFW. We have free fly fishing that's taught by Healing Waters. So we have Rolling Thunder, and they are a great resource community in the community for veterans. We also have Operation Song, which was great for me because through the Daniels Center, I got introduced to Operation Song. And I had a professional songwriter actually write my song, and it's called Grown Up in the Funk. And the Operation Song alumni group meets in our building, so now I'm hosting them in our building as well. And we just became a veteran community partner with the VA, Tennessee Valley Health System. What that means for us is now we can do expanded services like mental health resources, have town hall meetings for the VA in our building, and just enhance our resource capability in the community.
I've got to ask you, how did you find MTSU? What brought you to us? Okay,
so I retired in 2019 from the Army. I was in the DMV, DC area, and I had become a contractor working for Arlington Hall, which is our National Guard Bureau, and I was working in the Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Program as an analyst. I got laid off when COVID hit. Well, we got sent home, and then I got laid off, and then for about 8 months, I wondered what I was going to do with the rest of my life. So I just kind of enjoyed it, my time, thought about it, and then I decided, oh, that's right. I always had a goal of wanting to get my master's in social work. So I applied to some schools up there. I thought about coming back to Tennessee, so I applied to a couple of schools here. Long story short, I met Dr. Vicki Harden over the phone, and she was just so welcoming and so inviting. It just felt like the right thing to do. And the rest is history for me. Graduating with that social work degree, I always talk to my daughter about, getting a degree with a license. This second master's, now I have a license to actually go out and perform some services that are needed for our veteran population, which is my niche. I'll help anybody, but my niche is the veteran community. And so that's kind of how I got here. And while I was here, I had the wonderful pleasure of meeting Dr. Hillary Miller and General Huber. And they were just open arms. I mean, it was just a really welcome experience for meeting them. And they introduced me to the board, MTSU Board of Directors. I did a presentation to them in the beginning. They sent me out to the Sounds games, got me on the Jumbotron.
I know.
I mean, I felt like, this is great. I can't ask for more than this, right? So, and anything I did to support, could do to support the Daniel Center, I was there. You know, we did many, many activities. I was looking for Student Veterans of America, which Bravo comes under that umbrella. And so once I talked to Dr. Miller about that, got that revitalized, became the vice president, served for the 2 years that I was here.
So what advice can you give military-connected students, veterans, children or dependents of veterans about coming to MTSU and the Daniel Center?
Yeah, so first of all, I say come here. And then I say, once you get here, get connected with the Daniel Center, because they have a tremendous crew. I talked about Dr. Miller and General Huber, but their whole team is just awesome. They will make sure that everything you need is in place to have a successful student career. And then there's a sense of community. It's not just about the school, the books, and the homework, you know, and the papers. There are a lot of activities going on. Get involved with Student Veterans of America. They do a lot of activity. I still stay connected, even as a graduate now. So, yeah, it's definitely the right place to be.
Before you go, tell folks how they can find more information about the TriStar Veterans Resource Center.
Sure. You can reach us. We're local in Murfreesboro. We're based here. We serve all of Middle Tennessee, but we primarily are based here, with our office being here in Murfreesboro. And you can reach us at tsvrc.org. And we also have a local phone number, 615-624-7197.
I love running into you at the events that we do for veterans, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check 1 2. Everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking BIG, VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Textile merchandising, known as TXMD to the faculty and students of the program, is yet another innovative major in our College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. They feature high-tech tools and hands-on learning to help our students find careers in apparel design and fashion merchandising. Joining us is Professor Gina Peaschute, Chair of Human Sciences, and Nia Allen, our 2023-24 TXMD Diversity Dissertation Fellow in Fashion Merchandising. Gina, Nia, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you for
First time on Out of the Blue?
Yes, and we're so excited.
Yes.
Here we go. Here we go. We're gonna talk about a major that more people need to know about. Can you talk a little bit about what you teach and some of the high-tech tools that, you know, I love the fact that it's TXMD, standing for Textile Merchandising. So tell us what that is.
Sure. We have both apparel design and fashion merchandising. So apparel design is what you'd think of when you think about fashion. It's the creative, it's the fun, it's the designing from the original concept and then creating that into a finished garment. And then you have your fashion merchandising, who they're still creative, but they've got handle more of the business aspect of it. You know, how are we going to market that? How are we going to promote it? And any other things related to more the business end. And so with that, we have incorporated a lot more 3D technology. And the first thing we have is a 3D body scanner. And we're going to update that this summer to a 3D body scanner by SizeStream. And it's going to allow us to take our classes and measure the body. So we have our students in some of our entry-level classes get in the body scanner, take the 240 measurements to get that full view of what we look like from all angles. And then the design students will be able to take that and do a visualization software using Browseware that lets them see what the patterns look like on the figure. So they can design the patterns on the computer, and then they'll take that in pieces and stitch them together on the avatar and see that. And they use that in industry to save money, time, and the key word anymore is sustainable. It's more sustainable for the industry.
You teach the business side, obviously.
Yes.
So knowing these tools and technology, it's a leg up for those students, right?
For sure, and I think it really pushes inclusivity, because I think when we look at sizes, they're all so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and they're so specific, but the body scanner helps you really fit the body, and that's extremely important, especially with the body positivity movement going on. It's important for our students to be a part of that.
Gina, I'm not gonna ask her to brag on herself. I'm gonna ask you to brag on her, because I mean, we're so lucky that she's joined your organization. Talk about the honor that she has and the roles she's playing.
Sure. Nia has joined us this year as a diversity dissertation fellow, and we're really excited to have her expertise and not only just to open up conversations about important discussion related to diversity, but also to some of the programming she can do to bring others in to expose to our students what else is happening, not just one person's perspective, but everyone's perspective or a variety of perspectives, and have the students kind of open their eyes to what's really going on.
And how did you find out about MTSU? Was this program specifically what attracted you?
I think first it was the location, but I think once I really got on the MTSU website, I think MTSU is really big on belonging, and I think that every step of the interview way, I felt like connected to the people. When I first got here for my faculty training, I saw Dr. Lyons and I gave her a hug because it felt like a family reunion. I was like, oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. And she was like, yeah, that's one of mine. You know, even though I am on the faculty level, I'm still a student too. So I think I still get it both. I get the love both ways. So I definitely am happy to be here for sure.
And you're almost there.
Yes.
You're almost there.
Almost.
Dissertation, that's it, right?
Yes, that is it.
That's it. Well, you're at a great time coming into the spring, because spring means
Fashion show.
Fashion show. We are all excited about that. I think we've at True Blue TV, we've covered it for several years. Talk about that.
Well, every year we have a all completely student-ran show. It's in April of every year. This year it's April 20th, and it's on a Saturday. It's 5 p.m. where all the students, merchandising and design students, work together in teams to produce the fashion show, which will create all student designs, and that can be adaptations from the underclassmen of patterns, or it can be reconstruction to all original designs, pattern work, fit, and construction with our seniors. So it really becomes an exciting time.
And it's so much fun to watch.
Yes.
And Nia, you've got some big events that you're taking a leadership role in the spring too. February, March, and April. Do you remember? Can you go through them? Am I putting you on the spot?
No, I'm so excited about it. I thought about how I could be of service in my fellowship, and I thought programming is so important for retention and matriculation for our students, and it also will attract new students to our program. So February, we'll be celebrating Black History Month with Brandis Daniel, who is a pioneer in the fashion industry, and she is changed the industry in so many ways by helping underrepresented groups become viable candidates to get roles in the industry. So we're excited about that. And then in March, to celebrate Women's History Month, we'll have a panel of about 4 to 5 women in the Middle Tennessee area, and they'll talk about their experiences in fashion and entrepreneurship and how they got started.
That's awesome. So Gina, where can I go to find out more information about your program?
Well, the main place to go is our website, which is mtsu.edu/fashion, and we do have both Instagram and Facebook as well, so you can
Great
find us there.
accounts.
Yes, yes.
Great accounts.
yes.
You all do a great job with that.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say thank you for all you've done to elevate this major. I hope more people check it out because it's so exciting and so much fun to watch you at work with these students. Great job.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for joining us on the show.
Yes, thank you for having us.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find content about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Boarding Zone Appeals, January the 9th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. And if you'd like to review the minutes from November the 28th, 2023 meeting, and let me know any comments from the minutes, please. There's no comments. I'll take a recommendation for the minutes.
Recommendation to approve the minutes.
We have a first. Do we have a second for the minutes?
Aye.
Anyone on second? Second. Okay. Those in favour say aye. Aye. The minutes will be approved. Okay. Number 2 and 3, nominate elect a chairman for 1 year term and nominate elect a vice chairman for 1 term will be deferred until the next meeting, which is the end of this month. Moving on to old business, request for special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers, property located at 486 Walden Road, tax map 17, parcel 28.03, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by Ryder Truck Rental, Inc. Mr. Logan, have your report, please.
Thanks. So this is the existing Ryder Truck facility that's located in LaVergne, and you can see it on the screen. The address is 486 Waldron Road. So it's at the corner of Waldron and Howell Quaker Boulevard. They are requesting permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks at this site. According to the zoning ordinance and codified in Article 5, the commercial uses that are currently allowed in C1, C2, C3, and C4, those uses can be allowed in I2 zoning districts if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception. So that's why they're here. Vehicle leasing and or sales is one of those uses, of course, that's allowed in the C1 through C4 zones. There has been a sign on the property now more than 5 weeks, and staff has not received any phone calls about the subject property. So zooming in a little closer, you can see there's quite a bit of trucks on this property. I did go out there today and took some newer pictures, which you have in front of you. The other pictures, because it's winter time, every time you take a picture, it seems like it's too dark, and today wasn't a ton better. But anyway, those are newer pictures, and I tried to take several of the site so you can see the building and the fenced area. So on the screen now is a zoning map, and this is zoned I2 heavy industrial, which is that dark blue area, and the red areas are commercial zoning. And you've probably seen their application was also loaded on Civic Clerk. And then on the screen is the exhibit that was submitted by Ryder. So in this view, Murfreesboro Road should be, or excuse me, not Murfreesboro, Waldron Road should be along the right side of the image. And they outlined in red the proposed truck sales lot. So that's the area that they're planning on using for this use. And then you can see the other buildings there that are existing. My understanding and in the conversations with the applicant, they're not building any buildings at this point. They're just trying to get permission for this use. And let's see, they did submit they did submit images of the existing zoning versus the future, which was also they wanted to show that in the future with the new zoning these uses still be allowed on this lot. So there's no change there. That's all for the report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do you have a representative here this evening? Can you step forward, if you would, to the podium? Yeah, both of those want to speak? That'll be great. Gentlemen, if you both raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
You just state your names and address for the record, please.
I'm Dan Johnson. I am the Director of Vehicle Sales for Ryder for the Mid-Atlantic region.
Andres Carvalho, I'm Project Manager with Ryder, and you need an address?
Yes, please, sir.
Personal? It's
business is fine.
Oh, business. Yeah, Ryder Truck Rental, Miami.
Okay. Any comments on what Mr. Logan said about his report? Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, well, the intent will be to allocate the truck sales on that specific area of the survey that we presented.
Right there, yeah.
And then there's an existing trailer that we would intend to use as the office to do, where we would do the transactions for these trucks.
And he was correct. There was nothing to be manufactured. It's our vehicles that just come to that lot for presentation to sell.
Okay. So the potential lessee or purchaser would come to your facility and look at the vehicle, the trailer itself?
Yes, it would be, this parcel is intended for this retail sale.
Retail sales?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would be no leasing or renting out of this location.
Okay. And just approximately, how much will be sales and how much will be leasing? Just approximately?
Out of this, 100% sales.
100% sales?
Retail
Okay.
and end user, that's
Okay.
correct.
Is there any maintenance or work done on the vehicles at this location?
Not at that facility,
Did this
no.
just walk around and look at the vehicle and
That's
and
correct.
take a bit?
Just display.
Deal. All right. And I see that on the new zoning, so it does meet the new zoning requirements. My other comment was the building that you put up, the temporary building, how long is that planned to be there for? Because years ago you had another temporary building, and then several years later you built a new building and took the other one away. So what's the plan there, just for out of interest?
I mean, we plan to move there permanently.
Okay.
To do vehicles,
Okay.
to do truck sales.
Okay, good deal. All right.
So we'll do some refresh, exterior paint, replace the exterior canopy, beautify the building, just paint, replace the existing canopy, which is a little bit somewhat damaged, and that's about it.
But the colours will be similar to what's on there now, so
Yeah.
no big drastic changes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good deal. Gentlemen, any other comments that you have for this applicant?
And for me.
What did they do in the past when the truck reaches a point where it's not viable? Did they sell them at auction or what?
With the truck, can you ask the
When
question?
Didn't you lease trucks there in the past?
Well, we still do.
Yeah, so, yes. So out of the main building, we lease trucks. We service the trucks in that main building, and then we lease the trucks. The ask here is to sell trucks
Okay.
in just this section of the.
So the leasing part's not going to change any whatsoever?
No,
No.
Okay.
no,
That's already in existence in the other part of in the bigger parcel.
yeah.
What do you do with the old trucks?
That's me. That's what we're presenting. Once they've expired their life, the leasing life or rental life, you want to use it as an example like enterprise car rental. When they're finished with the vehicles, they have their enterprise car lots, and that's what we're doing as well. And we manufacture our own product. So we lease the vehicle, we buy it from the OEM. We use our lease vehicles and our rental vehicles, and then when we're finished with them, they're at the Ryder facility, and they get de-identified and prepared to come to my lot. And then we display them for retail sale.
How did you dispose of them in the past?
We are currently up in Nashville, up in Polk Avenue.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a motion for the applicant for the request as presented. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. You're approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other business will cause meeting adjourned. Thank you.
There's only 700 endangered mountain gorillas left in the entire world. And really, they're all found right here in the Central African nations. But there's about 360 of them in the mountain ranges which we're in right now. So we're on our way to find 14 of them. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina here at Busch Gardens, Tampa. And this is Mayombe Reserve, home to 7 western lowland gorillas, one of which was discovered pregnant soon before I left for an African adventure to view gorillas in the wild. Back in 1999, I visited the Central African Republic in search of lowland gorillas. And even though we discovered footprints and food, I never actually saw the gorillas. So recently, when I had the opportunity to visit Rwanda, I jumped at the chance to return to Africa, this time to visit the very endangered mountain gorillas. In the next 30 minutes, you'll witness several life-changing events as we follow the emotional story of Kashina through her pregnancy and explore all that it takes to prepare for a new baby at Mayombe. And you'll join me on my journey deep into the Rwandan forest to see if I'm successful on my second attempt to find gorillas. All this and a whole lot more coming up right now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Gorilla Story. Since Busch Gardens Mayombe is such a beautiful habitat, you'd think it would be the perfect romantic setting for gorillas, right? Well, sometimes it's as much about chemistry. And it wasn't until a gorilla named Senzu arrived from the Denver Zoo that things really started to get exciting. Sure, the possibility of a gorilla baby at Busch Gardens is thrilling, but the staff knows it's so much more than that.
They're critically endangered in the wild, so anything that we can do in a zoological setting is going to help them ultimately in the future.
So there are reasons to celebrate. It marks a step forward in gorilla conservation, and it will be the first gorilla birth ever in Busch Gardens' 46-year history. That is, if everything goes smoothly. In the medical area behind the scenes at Mayombe, Dr. Ray Ball leads Kashina's extraordinary veterinary team. They're all aware that a gorilla birth in a zoological park is quite remarkable.
It's not a very common event at all, so it's quite noteworthy in general for the species, and it is our first here at Busch Gardens, so we're all very excited and anxious to see this come out well.
The gestation period, or length of pregnancy for a gorilla, lasts 8 to 8.5 months. Adult female gorillas, although smaller than males, are still big, weighing on the average of around 200 pounds. Plus, they're strong. From the very beginning, Kashina and her keepers work with each other to make sure Kashina stays healthy and comfortable, while both she and the staff remain safe.
We first saw some breeding with Kashina around April 11th, and 2 weeks after that we followed up with an over-the-counter pregnancy test that you would find at just a regular local pharmacy. After that, we verified it a couple more times, and then we started the ultrasound training.
Kashina's ultrasounds are done on a completely voluntary basis. On cue, she climbs the mesh and presents herself for these important medical exams. One thing Dr. Ball may be able to tell from the ultrasound is whether or not Kashina will be able to deliver the baby naturally. If there are complications, she might need a surgical operation to deliver the baby. And just like in humans, it's called a cesarean or C-section.
We really couldn't see anything until she was about 6-8 weeks into her gestation. And we wanted to try to follow it the best we could and see if there was anything we needed to do to help us plan for a cesarean, a natural birth, or just something to help her along. So we've been doing it on a sort of an infrequent basis just to see, one, that she's still pregnant, if we can get an idea of the size of the baby, and just, get an overall assessment to make sure everything's going along well.
Making sure all is going well during the pregnancy is certainly important.
That little circle right there, yeah, that's probably part of the baby.
but the team is uncertain how Kashina will react to the baby after it's born. So learning how to be a good mom becomes a big part of Kashina's training. After all, gorilla babies are still babies.
They are very tiny in comparison, especially to human babies. They're only about 3 to 4 pounds.
Since baby gorillas are completely dependent on their mothers until they're at least 6 months old, the bond between mom and baby is crucial. So the team invents some creative techniques to teach Kashina how to care for her newborn.
These are stuffed gorillas that we're planning to use for Kashina's training. What we're going to do is we wanted to use an object that looks similar to a gorilla baby. That way she can get used to seeing it, bringing something up to the mesh, presenting a bottle to it in case we do have that worst case scenario.
We have a vest that we wear around, so she sees me holding that baby venturally whenever I'm working with her. They learn from visual. So we're hoping by her watching me carry the animal around that she will learn how to carry her baby around.
But what if Kashina doesn't respond to her baby? Then the team would switch to plan B.
Of course, we would hope that Kashina is a great mom and does everything that she needs to do and raises it wonderfully. Worst case scenario would be she's not interested in it at all, and then we would have to step in and start caring for it until we were able to put it back with her.
There's a lot of preparation for after the baby's born, but first we have to get through the pregnancy.
Last night we came into the house and we noticed there was a little bit of blood spots on the floor. So we called our vets right away and they told us to go ahead and separate her down and keep a close eye on her.
Well, we've been hiking now for about an hour. Have seen some signs, a little poop back there on the road, but the guides are going up forward and to see if they can find exactly where the gorillas are. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Stay with us. Mayambe Reserve is a great place for anybody to come and get an up-close look at gorillas. And over the years, we've been involved in some pretty amazing experiences with them here at Busch Gardens. But you know, regardless of how incredible these experiences have been, I don't think anything prepared me for what I was about to witness in Rwanda. Gorilla poop. Great sign that the gorillas have been here. And definitely they're vegetarians. Gorillas are members of the great ape family, which is comprised of 2 primary species, eastern gorillas and western gorillas. The eastern gorilla is made up of 2 subspecies, the eastern lowland gorilla and the mountain gorilla. And the western gorilla's 2 subspecies are the western lowland gorilla and the cross river gorilla. Gorillas are found in rainforests, swamps, or in the case of mountain gorillas, the higher altitudes of Central Africa. Our journey starts here in Rwanda, and after my unsuccessful search for gorillas a few years ago, I'm filled with anticipation. Our guide, Anna Klett, preps us on the limited amount of time we have.
The maximum time we have to spend with the gorillas is only 1 hour. This is because we want to give them time to deal with their daily or usual activities, like looking for food. If they need to copulate, they will have time, because these gorillas, they are used to people. They can even stay with us the whole day. They don't mind. But staying with people the whole day will not be good for them, because they will forget what they have to do, which is not good for their conservation.
So we head into the forest to look for gorillas. But I just have one minor concern. Will we see stinging nettles on the way, or not until we kind of get right near the gorillas? The air is cool, but as we walk, we warm up quickly. Not long into the hike, I think about how significant this opportunity is. There's only 700 endangered mountain gorillas left in the entire world, and really they're all found right here in the Central African nations. but there's about 360 of them in the mountain ranges which we're in right now. So we're on our way to find 14 of them. And along the way, you never know what you'll run across.
Buffalo feces. Very, very fresh.
Watch where you step. Actually, I'm more concerned about where I put my hands. Who knows? Gotta put my gloves back on in case we run into any stinging nettles. All right. One thing's for sure, the park has plenty of the gorillas' favorite foods. Look at, this is what the gorillas feed on, is these little shoots here. They actually just break them off. And look at that. Peel off the outer part, and inside, hearts of bamboo. Very good.
Mostly what they want is this part. It's like a sugar cane.
Heart of bamboo? Let me try it.
Bamboo, yeah.
The gorillas know what's going on. I tell you, that's good stuff.
Like
Okay, I'll share.
there are so many bamboo.
That's good. I'm moving out here. It's good stuff.
As we get deeper into our trek, I wonder if we're gonna see those gorillas. And I wonder about something else. We need gloves for the nettles?
Yes.
Okay, keep them on. I guess I'm just thinking about the nettles there. Anaclet believes we're getting closer to the gorillas. And as we start a steeper climb up the mountain, suddenly, he does something that really touches me. You're actually asking the gorillas?
Yes.
Okay.
That we are coming, we are approaching. May we enter?
And what if they say no? What happens?
If they say no, they can. They don't want.
Okay. And
But
if they say
don't
yes?
reply, they will
Okay.
keep quiet.
Okay. Wow. They asked permission. That is so cool. Maybe that's what we didn't do on my 1999 trip. Because today, asking permission gives us great results. This is absolutely amazing. We didn't really have to hike that far. The gorillas are on the edge of the bamboo forest, and they're sitting right out in the open, which isn't very common at all. Normally, people are having to hike for hours. They're having to go through the bamboo forest, through the stinging nettles, and the gorillas are right here in front of us. Our whole group is just amazed. This is better than I ever expected. The silverback is 5 yards in back of me right now. He is the largest male of this group. And look at this, the baby is crawling up right in front. I've got to move out of the way because the baby is coming right up to us. The silverback is very protective of the group, and he will actually fight to the death in order to protect them. So that's why we're staying out of the way. The biggest and strongest gorilla actually becomes the silverback, the leader of the group. and he wasn't really hanging out too much with the rest of the group. We saw him walk by once, but he was still on the lookout when the others were resting. And what's most interesting is he was the first one to take off, so he led the group out. They just got up and followed without too much communication. They knew it was time, and the really interesting thing is this guy here. He's the assistant to the leader, and he stays behind to make sure everybody is gone and that everything is safe. You got the leader in the front and the assistant in the back. What a system. After a very quick hour, it's time to head back to camp.
Thank you very much. As long as you are within the country, I'm sure you will be discovering many things from Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this was incredible. Never expected it to be this good.
Thank you.
And the rest of the group shares my enthusiasm.
It's just life-changing in the sense that you have a total appreciation for wildlife and the need to conserve.
As a photographer, you want to see at least an eye or nose or something like this. Heck, we come out here today and they're in broad daylight. And they were kind enough to share an hour of their lives with us.
It was insane. It was absolutely insane. I never thought in a million years I'd ever get that close to a gorilla.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Even Anna Klett, who sees the gorillas every day, still appreciates them at the deepest level.
I love animals. I love gorillas. I love them. I want them to stay there, to increase their number, so that even my children maybe have opportunity to see them in their future. I love them. I love conservation.
What an incredible day. A day that none of us would trade for the world. And as it comes to an end, I remember something that struck me when I was watching the gorillas. Something back home that I have to look forward to. When I see these babies, I think of Kashina, who's pregnant right now at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. We're all waiting, we're doing everything we can to make sure it's a healthy and successful birth. Okay, I finally found why we're actually wearing the gloves. These are stinging nettles. And if they get on your skin, they actually burn. And it doesn't go away for quite a while. So that's why we were told to wear the gloves. They're right here in the area of the gorillas. As Kashina nears her expected delivery date, the team notices signs that there may be a problem. Her veterinary staff responds immediately under the direction of Busch Gardens vet, Dr. Ball. Suddenly, the moment the team has been waiting for is now filled with apprehension and concern as the scene unfolds minute by minute. Quickly, Kashina is prepped for an ultrasound to determine the severity of the problem.
I think that's the heart. I'm not seeing any movement at all, guys. I'm not seeing the baby move.
But then there's movement.
Right down there. Nope. I think. Yep. There's something going. I'm just gonna try to count that. Somebody give me a start. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. I had 30. What's mom's?
135.
And 120. We got a disparity there, so I think that's not good.
At this moment, based on his assessment, Dr. Ball decides to do a cesarean section. A decision that will hopefully save Kashina and her baby. Preparations are made to do surgery in the OR. Since gorilla births are so similar to human births, a local OB/GYN, Dr. Lynch, had been consulting throughout Kashina's pregnancy. So now she joins the surgical team as they work to deliver the baby.
good.
And then the moment we have all waited for. A healthy, hefty baby boy. Baby Belingo has finally arrived. The team is elated as mom starts on her course of recuperation and baby starts a whole new life.
I know it happens all the time on a daily basis all over the world. Babies are born, gorillas are born, chimps are born, but to just be there and be able to witness the C-section and have this baby, almost 5-pound gorilla, come out, and he was alive and everything was going to be okay. It was just very, very hard to explain, other than just the most exciting thing I think I've ever done, even giving birth to my own children.
One major hurdle is overcome, but another is on the horizon. Remember all the training that went into preparing Kashina to be a good mom? Well, we hope it works, but only time will tell. For the last 8 years, we've actually supported a program in the Congo called Mbeli Bai. And even though those are lowland gorillas as opposed to these mountain gorillas, it's all information that's added to what is known about gorillas. And as a matter of fact, just a few weeks ago, it was discovered at the Mbeli Bai project that gorillas use tools for the first time that was ever documented, which is a pretty amazing thing. Our guide told us that this is actually a type of squash, which is elephant food, but that the gorilla babies use it as a ball toy. Now, if that's not human, I don't know what is. So just how big is it to have baby Belingo born at Busch Gardens?
Absolutely huge for us. This is the first gorilla birth at Busch Gardens in Tampa, so we've been waiting for this for quite a long time. So as you can tell, everybody's really pumped up. We've had the veterinary staff and the zoological keeping staff, the animal care staff probably involved with it the whole time. So finally, we get to see the baby, and the baby's here, and it's nice and healthy, and we couldn't be happier.
In the 10 days it took Kashina to recuperate from giving birth, the Busch Gardens team cared for Belingo 24/7, all the time wondering, how risky is it to introduce Kashina to her newborn son?
We felt it was definitely important to take that chance, because that is the most important thing, that he is raised by her and not by us, even for a few months.
Knowing how significant the mother-baby bond is, it was important to reunite Kashina with Belingo. This introduction was thought through as carefully as every other step of this entire process.
We fed him a bottle. We had the black fur vest that he was used to clinging onto. He was quite content. He didn't cry at all. We secured the bedroom, and then we opened the door, and she immediately, without any hesitation, came over, kind of picked him up off that rug, threw that rug aside, and she took off into a corner with him and was holding him and kissing him and grumbling and happy singing with him immediately. And we just did the observations, and she's not put him down since.
And that's a good thing, since gorilla babies stay close to their mothers until they reach 4 to 5 years of age. This relationship is instrumental in the well-being and healthy development of young gorillas. Dr. Chris Whittier knows the reverse side of this all too well. As a field veterinarian with the Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project in Rwanda, he sees the results of orphan gorillas firsthand. But the mutual benefits of information shared between programs like MGVP and zoological parks is apparent to Chris.
We're very fortunate with this wild population because so much is known about gorilla medicine from zoos. So, we have the basic anesthesia protocols, and we have some idea of what normal blood values are and all of those sort of things. So basically the veterinary medicine that's been done with zoo gorillas is a very good starting point for us. And yeah, there are some subtle differences with these gorillas, but not a lot.
In return, information from programs like the Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project may lead to techniques that help preserve this extremely endangered animal. Threats such as habitat loss, hunting them for bushmeat, or poaching the parents in order to abduct the babies remains a challenge. Believe it or not, snares like this are still being used to trap wild gorillas. orphans are still found. And that's how Chris came to know this eastern lowland gorilla, a 3-year-old male that had been taken from his family and was malnourished and traumatized. Chris hopes to rehabilitate him and return him to a family group when he's older. But there are some bumps in the road.
You know, a lot of people imagine that it must be, great to have a baby gorilla in the yard. And yeah, sometimes it's great, but it's also, it's an animal that shouldn't, be living in the yard. And he's quite a handful. He's almost 70 pounds now. And he's probably stronger than I am. I liken him to, a 3 to 5-year-old child that's as strong as a 30-year-old man. So he's quite a handful.
But there is some good news. Increased security in African parks has reduced poaching. Ecotourism, native education, and government support have all helped to increase awareness of the gorilla's plight. And as people become more aware, they become more involved. And that's the answer to saving endangered species. Back in the U.S., we can do our part in conservation through education. And today, Kashina and Bolingo are doing great and can be seen at Mayombe Reserve. Kashina is a doting and caring mother, and Bolingo is exploring his new environment from a perfect vantage point. They play a big role in educating guests about gorillas, and what we learned from Bolingo's success story can be shared to help other zoological parks.
I am in the middle of working on a paper to hopefully present at the AZA conference, and we want to talk about what worked for us with Kashina. So hopefully other facilities can take what we've used with her, and maybe if they need the same situation, they can use some of the same things.
From Africa to America, we work together to save one species, because all of them are crucial to the health of our planet.
I think it's safe to say that if the gorillas weren't part of this forest, there would be much less interest in protecting it for the other animals, and the whole ecosystem would suffer.
The birth of Bolingo was remarkable for many reasons. In addition to making history here at Busch Gardens, he's a new link in the gorilla's species survival plan, and he'll play an important role in education and demonstrating just how amazing gorillas really are. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Gorilla Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the January 8th, 2024 LaVergne Library Board meeting. The first, officially call it to order. I'll be serving as temporary chairperson until we elect a new chairperson and vice chairperson. The first order of business is to determine a quorum, and I do detect a quorum. The next order of business is to approve the minutes from the November 13th regular board meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
Make them. These were not available to us tonight, so we will have them on March 11th to have those approved.
Got it. Very good. Well, we'll move on to the next order of business, which is a motion to appoint a library board chairman. And at this point, the floor is open for nominations.
I do nominate Ms. Clarissa Benton.
Okay. One nomination for Ms. Benton. Any other nominations? Okay. The floor is open. Is there a motion to appoint her by acclamation?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Benton.
All right.
All right. Next order of business. Well, actually, I need to turn it over to you. You're now officially the chairman, so you'll handle the next item.
All right. So we need to make a motion to appoint a library board vice chairman. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to appoint Dr. Burgess.
I need a second.
Second.
All right. Are there any more? Is there any other nominations anyone would like to make? All right. So would we like to vote Dr. Burgess in by acclamation? If so, say aye.
So
Aye. Oh, so yes, so moved. So thank you for that. And then everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, so next order of business on our agenda, library board bylaws. The revision to the bylaws will be available for review at the March 11th, 2024 meeting.
Whoops.
And then upcoming events, I will go ahead and turn that over to you, Ms. Donna, if you would like to talk about the events that are coming up for our community.
Okay, and if it's okay, I'd like to go back to the board bylaws. And I'd like for Evan Cope, he's going to be working with the bylaws, the revisions that we had started. And can you kind of tell us where we are at this point?
Yes, ma'am. So we have basically a working set of bylaws. We weren't able to have those ready for you tonight in time to review, but we will have those for you in advance, actually, of the March 11th, 2024 board meeting, so that everyone will have an opportunity to give feedback. But really, they're pretty straightforward, what we're going to propose, and it's not going to be anything unusual. So.
And you all have had input on them, and we very much appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the upcoming events. Our library will be closed on January 15th, 2024. I apologize for the oops above. Still got 23 on my brain. This is for the observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There will be a ceremony here at the boardroom at City Hall. And Mayor, what time is that ceremony?
I believe it is at 9 o'clock. I don't have it on my calendar right here.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to look it up. But it will be that morning, and we do have a couple of speakers that will be here, and it's always a great time to come out and enjoy these special events. On to January events and programs. I thought we would do programs and events in a bag tonight. So if you will pull out all of your items from your bag, and that bag is one that you can use to come to the library and check out books or purchase books from our book sale that we are having. Do want to let you know our first day was January the 2nd for the book sale. We had people waiting outside. All of our items are 25 and 50 cents. Hardback books, DVDs, and CDs were 50 cents each. Children's books, whether they're hardback or not, and all paperbacks were 25 cents. The first day, when we closed at 7 p.m., we had made $255.
Wonderful.
So very, very proud of that. Very proud of our community coming out and supporting us. And we still have quite a few books left. and some DVDs. Okay, if the first thing I'd like for you to see are the two small pieces of paper here. We have two book clubs that are going very well. The first book club, Better Off Read, is on Monday, January the 22nd at 5:30. So it's always on a Monday and always in the afternoon. And the book this month is the someone help me out with that.
Authenticity.
Project. Thank you. Tongue's not wanting to work. By Claire Pooley. Beth does an excellent job of hosting and leading the book clubs, and the members choose the books for the next month. So they've really enjoyed that. The second book club is Page Turner's book club, and the book this month that will be on Saturday, January 27th at 10:30 a.m. is The Girls in the Stilt House by Kelly. Help me out, Carissa.
I'm assuming Mustian?
I think that's right. Thank you. And copies of the book are available up at the CERC desk. You just come up and sign up to be in the book club for that month and pick up a copy of the book. Then you can bring it back. And we have some of the books from our various different book sales from the past in our book sale. And so those have been very popular. Any questions about the book clubs? Okay. The next we have is our January 2024 programs and events. And I'm not going to go through all of those. I do have a few that I'm going to highlight here in just a moment. But these are all the different programs that are going on in January at the library. And you can see they're for different ages, all the way from books and babies all the way up to adults, and different times. So that's really good. We try to get lots of different times in. So be sure and look over, see if there's something that you think would be great to come to or to tell your friends about, or for the friends' children. It would be wonderful. On the back side is our regular story times. Those started back this past Monday after our holidays, and we had quite a few families come in. They were ready to get back to story time. So that works out well. And then down at the bottom, of course, the book sale begins January 2nd, and the story times did resume on Monday. Any questions about those? Okay, some I want to highlight. Kids Crafternoon. This is for ages 5 to 11, and it is held in the afternoon at 5:30 p.m., January the 9th. It's always the second Tuesday of the month. This time they're going to build a winter scene and a penguin family. And I wish I would have brought the penguin. He is adorable. Guess what he's made from? Some of our teachers. Toilet paper tubes. We love toilet paper tubes over at the library. So it's really, really cute, a fun activity. Teens and tweens, we're really pushing those teens and tweens. We want them to become a really good, valuable part of our library. They are our future. And so we want to bring them up in the way they should go by being interested in reading and being interested in coming out and being with our community. Saturday, January the 20th, from 11 to 4, the teens and tweens are going to be building or creating a Chinese New Year dragon. This dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library. Help us create it. It's made from boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, all sorts of spangles and sparkles and ribbons, and it's going to hang around the YA area. So I'd love for you all to pass the word on. And if you have an opportunity to hang these up somewhere, we would love for that to happen. Let's get to the adults. Strings and Things, Adult Craft Time, Winter Luminaries at 5 p.m., Monday, January the 22nd. Sign up in advance. Miss Mary does an awesome job with finding great crafts that do not cost a lot. And of course, the crafts are free to our patrons when they come in and sign up. And she can be so creative. So these are mason jars and Mod Podge, and I forget what she's putting on the outside, but it's very sparkly and wintry. And then there is a little light inside, and then we have the beautiful greenery. And these adults, usually there's 22 to 25 adults in the meeting room, and they love to socialize and just really enjoy being with each other. And that's what we like to think about the library. It is a place for people to come and be social with each other. The next one I want to share with you is mixed media. Carol Brown. If you notice, all of these are done by different staff members. The Kids Crafternoon is done by Becky. The Teens and Tweens are done by Danny and Marta. And then we have Miss Mary, and now Miss Carol comes in there. Tuesday, January the 30th at 5 p.m., Mixed Media Arts and Crafts for adults 18 plus. She's doing media tags where they're layering different pictures and different things. And Miss Benton, you would love this. It's a really fun project that they do. Then they take these tags that they make throughout the year and they put them on a ring, and they have a little binder of their tags. So it's just another great social event for our adults. Last one, Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the Teens and Tweens are doing an escape room at the library. This is a fun-filled activity that will take you on a journey through the main library. Be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. It's for ages 10 to 17. It includes our tweens and our teens. During our last week that we were closed to the public and we were setting up for the book sale and we had a in-service, some of the employees got to run through it and they were able to crack it, but they said it took a lot of thinking. And so that was a good dry run through to see how well it would work. And Marta and Danny did a fantastic job of getting the clues together and making all of the different parts to this. Do you have any questions about those? There's one last thing in your bag. I'm not sure if I had given this to you. We have been giving this out at the library to all of our patrons. It is the Take the Library Challenge in 2024. We have the whole year of 2024. We have our library name and our address. And we have our quote that we love to use. The library is the heart of the community. So all around, it's different types of books, and you're challenging yourself to read some of those, like read a play, a memoir, read a book a friend recommended, a book with a love triangle, a Pulitzer Prize winning book, a book with a number in the title. And if you need help finding some of those books, we have some people in the library that would be happy to help you find those. And if you need more of these, if you have some friends or different people you would like to share these with, we have quite a few left, and I would love to hand them out. Do you have any questions about our programs? And any time that you all have ideas for a program, we are always looking to challenge ourselves to not just keep doing the same old. We like to really spice it up sometimes, and so different people have different ideas. Let us know.
I want to say I absolutely love this calendar.
Yes.
I love what it's challenging people to do.
Good.
To try to read different genres, because some of these I've looked at, and I'm a pretty avid reader, but some of these I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. That makes it, not only does it make it a challenge to find a particular book with a number in it, but find one that I actually may enjoy reading.
Right.
So I really like that. It's almost like a scavenger hunt plus something else to add to that. I love it.
Thank you for saying that. We thought this was a great one. We have bought calendars in the past, and when the company told me about these, I thought they did a great job of coming up with all the different ideas. But thank you for saying that. And again, if you would like to take a handful, I'll have them available at the library. Would love to hand them out to you.
Thank you.
Yes, well done, Miss Donna. The calendar, the events, everything, our library is just top notch. So thank you for all that you do.
We appreciate our staff that's willing to put some fun into it, so thank you.
All right, so next up on the agenda is our library board schedule for 2024. So our next meeting will be on March 11th, and then we'll have May 13th, July the 8th, September the 9th, and then we will end the year on November 4th of 2024. So our next board meeting is at 5 p.m. on Monday, March 11th of 2024. Are there any comments that anyone wants to make? Well, I'm just going to remind the community that, take a moment, and I love that the bag says, "I love books." So my challenge to you is that if you do not have a book that you love, if you're someone who can't say, "I love books," you have been reading the wrong book. So you haven't found the one that's meant for you. So use this calendar, find the one that's meant for you, because there's a book destined to change your life. Any other comments?
Absolutely.
All right, well, I will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission December 26, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 28, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2 is our public comment period. We have one speaker this evening, Mr. Andrew Mills of 722 Templeton Drive. If you'd be so kind, sir, we'll give you a couple of minutes to speak.
I'll keep this brief, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time tonight, and merry belated Christmas the day after. I represent Martin Schaffner. He owns 243 Blair Road. Y'all are aware of that project, the Marlowe project. And I noticed on the agenda tonight that the zoning ordinance and zoning map were on the agenda, and on their behalf, we are requesting this body to keep that property zoned R3. It's next to R4. Mobile home park, and industrial. That's appropriate for this high density at this location. The topography of the site is not going to be conducive to other zoning types. I believe a previous version of the map showed it to be estate residential. Given the topography, I don't think that it would be developed very well. I have not seen the most recent iteration of the map. In our discussions with this Marlowe project, one of the big concerns is the condition of the road. And I submit to this body that the only way that the resources will be in place to improve the road is if it remains R3. If it gets downzoned, I don't know if the resources are going to be there to improve the road. And finally, I know that the city has been undertaking this project to clear up grandfathering issues. And if the Marlowe project does move forward with its plans under R3 and its zoning were later changed, it could still proceed under R3, but it would be grandfathered in. So it's the same issue coming up. So we are respectfully requesting that y'all consider keeping this property zoned R3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That being the completion of our comments period, we will move on to regular business. Items number 3 has been withdrawn. Item 4 and 5 have been deferred. So we'll move on to item number 6. Update bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, Tax Map 14, Parcel 24, requested by SEC, Inc., PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Sir?
Thanks, sir. So this is an update for a previous bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It's now 6 months old, so an updated amount was requested by the city. And I believe Mr. Lyde might have a little bit more.
Okay. The only comment we had last time was lack of signatures, and those signatures have been added.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? None. We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept at the $130,167.
Motion to accept with the stated amount. We have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7 has also been deferred. On to item number 8. Site plan Osama Deuce Retail Center, building addition of 1,173 square feet, requested by Chet Rhodes. Property located at 5130 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 15M, Group A, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by TN Group Properties, LLC. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item actually had no resubmittal for this month. They missed the deadline for the PC workshop, so there is no new submittal for this month on this item.
No request for deferrals or anything, sir?
Correct.
With that, we'll entertain a motion.
How many deferrals have they already used?
Let's see. I don't know if I have that here. I think just one. Yeah, I believe it's just one. It was deferred on November 28th, but there was no resubmittal given for the PC workshop this month, so I believe this would be their second.
Entertain a motion, sir.
Do we have anybody?
I do not see Mr. Rose. Is there a representative for this project here this evening? No, sir.
Make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. We have a second.
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First item under new business is going to be item number 9. Final plat, Co-op Business Park, 3 lots on 114.8 acres requested by Barge Design Solutions, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc.
This item is the final plat for the Co-op Business Park. It is totaling a little over 114.8 acres with 9 new buildings. Excuse me. And if you see here, you can see the lot outlined in blue, the property fronting Waldron, Old Waldron Road. The property is currently zoned I-2 Heavy Industrial. You can see right there in the darker blue shade that's outlined by the blue. And let's see. These are just a couple of pictures of the existing buildings there. They're currently on the co-op lot. There's another picture with the larger building on the lot there. And some of the open land that's going to be used for development. This is the cutout on Waldron Road. It'll be, I believe, used as an access point onto the property. If we look a little bit further down here, we have the actual final plat submittal here. I'll zoom out. So on the plat, you can see the 3 lots that are proposed to be subdivided there, which with them totaling a little over 114 acres total. And let's see. And this is just the easement exhibit for the 3 lots that are being proposed. So planning has no comments on this item, and I believe all engineering comments are addressed.
Very good. So everything's addressed on this one?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
A second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 1, 4 buildings totaling 474,000 square feet on 38.92 acres requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan of Lot 1 for the Co-op Business Park, which has 4 buildings, excuse me, totaling 474,000 square feet. So this lot will have the majority or the largest amount of square footage of buildings for the 3 lots. And this is just kind of an aerial showing the lot that we looked at on the last slide for the co-op. So I'll kind of scroll through these so we don't spend too much time on them. This is a zoning map showing that it's I-2 Heavy Industrial. And these are the same images showing the lots in the existing buildings. So I'll kind of go through these so we don't have to look at those again. So the first image you'll see here after the pictures that were taken are some proposed elevations for the buildings. So this is building 1, option 1. And this is kind of another side shot of the elevation showing the parking with some of the landscaping around the building. Let's see, we'll keep scrolling down here. This is more of the elevation package here. This image here kind of shows the material legend for the elevations that's proposed. So it kind of shows the paint colors. As you can see, some of the soft grays and the whites being proposed there on the sides of the building with the black trim around the windows. Now this is another elevation package that's been proposed, and the applicant might be able to give a little bit more clarification on the difference, but this is building 1, option 2. So this is just another option for elevations on the same building. So we'll scroll on down here to the site plan. So as you can see in this image, I'll blow it up a little bit here. This site plan consists of buildings. Oh, I apologize. It's loading. Buildings 1 through 4. So as you can see, below it's lot 2, and to the east is lot 3. So this lot's going to have a large square footage of buildings on it. And there's just a larger image there. So let's see here. As far as comments go from the planning, the entire site must go to BOZA with a comprehensive sign package that includes directional signs. And the First United Methodist Church is zoned industrial, so there's no buffer issue there. So that's good. And then I believe all engineering comments have been addressed, unless there are some from utilities, it looks like.
There are a couple from utilities, but it's just a schematic drawing issue that usually gets worked out between the engineer and Scott Tatalovich before final permits are pulled. So that's a fairly normal way, but I couldn't get a hold of Scott, so I couldn't erase them off the comments because they're his.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here this evening for this project?
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Rob Arts, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. The option 1 and option 2, would you like to go over that for us?
Yes, unfortunately, I won't have a ton of clarity on that, and Jeff with Panattoni is not going to be able to be here today, so happy to discuss with that at a later date, or I'm not sure if anyone else has received any clarification. I think it's just a little bit of differentiation between where the brick patterns are specifically.
I can speak to that.
Please,
Mr.
Mayor.
Chairman. So I met with Jeff before workshop on the 16th, and he showed me 2 different versions of this, and just asking what my thoughts were on it. And ultimately, it comes down to Planning Commission, which version. He said, as far as price-wise, it wasn't a big deal for them. You have that one, which has the appearance of brick all along the corner, and that's how each of the buildings that are in the overlay would look on the corners that are windowed like that for entrances. And then the other one is where there's 3 panels, and that's also in the packet. And Jake may be able to scroll up to it.
Yes, let's see.
Keep going.
Right.
Nope, that's the full one.
Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, that's the paneled one. It's where it's hard to see on here. If you look in your packets, though, it's a little bit easier to see. But it's basically those 2 choices that we have. and we just need to decide which one. Jeff was fine with either one. They just needed that direction as to which way to go.
Questions, comments, Mr. Terry?
No, I like option one personally.
Okay, hold on, we need to differentiate. Is this one option one, what's on the screen, or is
that's
the
option
whole
one on the
brick
screen.
version option one?
This says option one is the one with the panels and the brick on the corners.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I had to zoom out, sorry. So, yeah, you have option one and option two.
And yourself?
Like option one.
Sir?
Option two.
Ma'am?
One.
I think we'll go with one.
Understood.
And so make sure that's included in the motion when we get to that point. Do we have any other questions or comments for ourselves or for the applicant?
I have one question. It shows on this side, is that going to be gray or is that black?
Which
On the far side where it has coming down that.
kind of down the street?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's mostly gray. It's a lighter gray and then a dark gray.
Because originally they were talking about it would be black, everything would be black or white. Would they want that to stay gray? Or?
Bless you. There was discussed at one point as far as all of it being black and white, and then I believe Mark found that there was some brown in there, and there was some fun discussion on that, but I mean.
Jake, could you see what the PT01 and 03
Yes.
are?
And I want to say
Thank you,
that
sir.
they said the brown was just due to the way the printing
Printer.
was.
Yeah.
So
The PT01 is black. And the PT0, did you say 3?
02 and 03.
Okay, so 02 is stated as software, so I'm guessing that's just the name of the paint code. And then PT03 is gray.
Yeah, I believe they're both gray shades.
Offshoot thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Satisfied, sir?
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept with option one as the color elevation.
We have a motion to accept with option one. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 2, 3 buildings totaling 442,000 square feet on 32.1 acres, requested by Kinley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan for Lot 2 of the Co-op Business Park. It's totaling 442,000 square feet, so it's barely smaller than the Lot 1 proposed square footage. So these are just some similar images here, aerials of the current co-op lot. I'll scroll down here. So there's a lot outlined in blue, just like the previous items. The lot is zoned I-2 heavy industrial in the darker blue shade there. And these are the same images that we were looking at on the last couple of items. So I'll go ahead and scroll through here to the actual site plan, or excuse me, the elevations. So the elevations that you're seeing here, I believe, are just mimicking the options on the previous lot. So it's just a little bit different looking building, but as far as the colors go, I believe it's the same as the option one on the previous lot. So I'll scroll through here. It'll load. So there is the side elevation again, kind of showing what the side of the building will look like with parking next to it. Kind of gives you an idea of how it'll look overall. And there is the material legend that we were looking at a little while ago. And that's just the second option for the elevation with the solid brick that the mayor was stating that is kind of sectional in the first option that everyone liked. And we'll keep scrolling down here to the site plan. So here is the site plan showing Lot 2. So the 3 buildings will be building 5, 6, and 7 that are making up Lot 2. It's a little bit over 33 acres, totaling the section here, with Lot 3 to the east and Lot 1 to the north. So part of this lot will be fronting Waldron Road with, it looks like an access point coming off of Old Waldron there. And I believe that's a majority of the visuals for the site plan there. As far as planning goes, the staff is satisfied with the locations of the sign at this time, since the entire site must go with BOZA, just like stated on the last item. And since First United Methodist is zone industrial, there's no buffer issue there, kind of like on the last slot. I believe that there are a couple engineering comments, though, so I'll pass that to Mr. Ladd.
There was just one, and it was actually a problem with the paper copy. The PDF copy that's part of public record is fine, so I withdraw the comment. There's no comments.
Perfect, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Are we going to vote on option 1 or option 2 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We didn't need to specify unless you want them to be different.
No.
Okay.
I was just making sure.
We'll entertain an option or a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept with option 1.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion to accept with option 1 for the overlay plan. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12, site plan, Co-op Business Park Lot 3, 2 buildings totaling 171,244 square feet on 43.88 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. If you would be so kind, sir.
Thanks, sir. So this item is covering Lot 3 site plan for the Co-op Business Park, with square footage totaling 171,244 square feet. So the amount of square foot on this lot is a little bit less than half on the 2 previous lots. It'll contain buildings 8 and 9. So to scroll through some images we've already seen, there's the lot for the Co-op Business Park, with the zoning in the dark blue there being I-2 heavy industrials. These are just some of the images we talked about previously, showing some of the open spaces and current buildings that are on the Co-op Business Park lot right now. We will scroll down to the site plan submittal. Let's see. So you can see the Lot 3 is to the east of Lot 1 and 2, with buildings 8 and 9 shown on there, with building 9 being significantly smaller than building 8. I do not see the elevations on this packet right here, but I believe they'll be similar to Lot 1 and 2, and the applicant can probably answer that. As far as comments goes, sidewalks along Old Waldron need to be addressed, because there are some sidewalks that go in front of the Maxim business that's next door, crane service. And then I believe that there are a couple comments from engineering to Mr. Ladd.
Sir.
Okay. On this set, the fire department connections are not shown. It's an easy fix, but they are not shown.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening? Name and address one more time.
10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. We have a couple of items that need to be addressed.
Yes, understood. Yeah, from the architectural side, these buildings aren't in the overlay, so the elevations weren't submitted, but I do believe they're intended to be similar. I don't know for sure on the color schemes, but we can check on that. FDCs, we'll get those added. That's not a problem. I'm going to set up a meeting with Scott to go over the metering for the entire co-op building. And then as far as the sidewalks go, I'm not sure if any of the exhibits that we were working on got sent around to you. I know Jeff had sent it over to Graham last week. Obviously, he's not here. We're trying to figure out, basically, with all the conflicts that we have, we can't put the sidewalk on the south side, and putting on the north side gets really far into the co-op property to kind of avoid all of the electric lines and telephone junction boxes and water meters and all that stuff on that side. So we're still kind of ironing out exactly where we could put the sidewalk, if at all, on that portion of the property on the south side there. But understand that that's the desire of the commission, because the building adjacent to it does have it. They just, unfortunately for us, we didn't develop a greenfield site. We've got all the existing infrastructure to try to work around, so.
Yes, sir.
Still working out on that one.
Questions or comments? With there being a few outstanding items, just need to decide how we want to proceed, everyone.
I'll make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll discuss it at workshop, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 13, concept plan, LaVergne Business Center, 2 buildings totaling 346,800 square feet on 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 4601 and 25, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions, LLC. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. I am scrolling down here to get to this item. So this item is a concept plan for the LaVergne Business Center. It's made up of 2 buildings, which will be a little under 350,000 square feet. I'll scroll down here to get to the aerial. So as you can see in this image here, the property outlined in blue is the lot being discussed, which bumps right up to Minerva right here. And the site being discussed is this larger, you can see there's a larger lot right here, but it's also connected to a smaller lot right here in the front, which fronts Minerva. So there's just a little bit more zoomed out aerial there. You can see in relativity, there is the Walmart location, so you can kind of get a little bit better idea of the size of this lot. So the lot is currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial, which is the light blue color that you're seeing right here in the outline going around it. So I'll scroll down here to some of the images of the property here. So this image right here is just showing straight ahead would be the lot that's wooded that you're seeing. This is the neighbor's access that cuts alongside of the property, the smaller lot that's in front of the proposed site. So it's actually right here is the area that we're discussing. So this is the current home that's at 1701 Mars, and this is the home that's proposed to be demoed for access to the site. And here is just another image of that home right here. So I will scroll down here to the concept plan submittal. here is a overview. Excuse me. This is an overview of the site right here, with building 1 being 181,000 square feet and building 2 being 165,000 square feet, and showing it bumping up right to Minerva Drive. You can kind of see right here the smaller lot that is proposed to use for access right here where the house is in the images previously. So this is just kind of showing, this image right here is just kind of showing the current owner and a little bit more detailed imagery of the lots surrounding the proposed site. So I'll just go on to some of the comments here. There were some pretty significant ones from planning, with the first one being that staff recommends that the applicant plan using access from Dick Buchanan instead of the current access being proposed from Mars and Minerva, with access from Dick Buchanan Street either directly or indirectly. The existing lot at 1701 Mars is zoned residential and would need to be rezoned to industrial in order to be used as part of the industrial park, which is the smaller lot you're seeing right there at the bottom of the screen. A private easement was considered on December 16th after the workshop, but the easement creates even more issues, including access for emergency services such as fire, and emergency cannot access through a private easement for various legal reasons. The owner should dedicate a right-of-way all the way to the property line at a minimum to create public right-of-way and extended Minerva Drive. A 50-foot buffer will be required between all industrial and residential land that's surrounding the property, and a cul-de-sac would most likely be required to be installed by the developer at the end of Minerva. I believe there is a couple comments from Mr. Lott in engineering, so I will pass it over to him.
Thank you, sir.
Apologize for not being at the workshop. I know you all discussed traffic quite a bit, but I did, after reviewing the traffic study and the response to the engineering comments based on the traffic study, I talked to Mr. Bigelow at length and recommended that at y'all's discretion that he talk to you some more about it, because we are looking at some fairly significant issues, particularly with the left turn out of Minerva onto Murfreesboro Road. The PM peak, particularly right now, their traffic study says it's 55 seconds per car to make that left turn. Without the site in the future projected, it goes to 107. With the site developed, it goes to over 300. And the AM is not as bad, but similar. Existing is 112. Without the site in the future, it goes to 213, and projected with the site, again, over 300. So I just felt that y'all might want to discuss that more.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening for this project? Name and address for the
Good
record,
evening. I apologize if my voice gives out at any time. I am fighting a Christmas cold. Brett Beeler, 10 Leah Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. There's quite a few items that we need to discuss, and obviously we're not going to cross that bridge today.
Yep.
Do you want to touch on the traffic?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of work top to bottom just to make sure. We worked extensively through the access question at the workshop. I was a little disheartened to see the recommendation to abandon the site plan still from planning, even though we worked through some of the access. So I just want to reiterate what we propose is the shortest, quickest, in our opinion, best access route that is available currently today. So I just want to make that statement again this evening. Speaking about the comment 3, the private access easement, my main question would be, would Planning Commission and staff approve or consider that being a public access easement versus private? And would that dissuade those legal concerns?
I believe that would be something that'd have to be discussed with the city planner.
Yes, sir.
And so that's definitely something you'll have to meet in-house with him to discuss.
Okay, that would be my first recommendation, is that maybe the word public versus private would kind of clear that issue, which we're very happy to do so, and that's obviously can be revised on the plat. The dedication of right-of-way, again, the public access easement, I think would get rid of that, clear that comment, but I think that is an option that we're open to if the public access easement is ultimately not pursued by us and planning staff. The last, I want to talk about the cul-de-sac one real quick before moving on to traffic. To be clear, the cul-de-sac, are we intending on that to be at the intersection of Minerva and Mars or on the emergency access drive side to the north?
I believe at the intersection of Minerva and Mars.
And I guess my only question would be, what is driving that requirement?
I believe it would have to just do with, from what I understood Mr. Logan was talking about, I wanted to say that it had to do with access for emergency vehicles, being able to turn around, but I guess we'll need to clarify that a little bit more with him.
I would clarify with Mr. Logan.
We can certainly work through that. Again, I think a lot of those are kind of lumped into one, and I think they can all be cleared by just making that a public access easement, is my opinion, but we'll work through that.
My personal thoughts are you turn that into a three-way stop, and
that's the current proposed solution.
That would, and if fire or EMS have to go in there, they turn around on property, but that's me just spitballing it.
I like that idea.
And again, on the current site plan, there is a proposed stop sign to be placed at Mars. Oh, but you want a three-way stop? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
we can
it
definitely
stop
make that happen.
you guys. It would stop Mars and stop Minerva. That way,
right?
People aren't just going to go straight through.
Yeah, I
kind
think
of like what we did with Greenwood.
We're completely fine with that. Going on to traffic, yes, I've talked extensively with Mr. Lyde about this one. I just want to state a couple of quick things, and I'm going to pass it off to our traffic engineer to kind of back up most of the meat and potatoes of the report. Just to give some brief background, so there's the existing model that's run, which is traffic as it is today. There's the background model that's run, which is the traffic of tomorrow, theoretical tomorrow. And then there's the projected traffic model, which is tomorrow plus us being built. And so there's several levels of services that do decrease from existing to background. And again, that's just due to the natural growth that the model runs. And again, that's without us. So that's where you're seeing some of these level of services decrease. And so on the specific ones that Mr. Lyde has mentioned, it is our site that is flipping those to the next tier of level of service. But I just want to make that clear. A majority of these are either right on the cusp or were triggered by the natural growth of LaVergne. And I'll pass to Tyler Fosness here, our traffic engineer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tyler Fosness, 500 11th Avenue in Nashville. So basically, our traffic study recommendations were focused mainly on Minerva Drive. We recommended turn lanes on the southbound approach of Minerva Drive, and which helps to get right turns. So you get an increase in delay for left turns with our project site, but with the right turn lane, all those right turning vehicles can get out. It gives them an exit path out of there. We also recommended left and right turn lanes on Murfreesboro Road onto Minerva Drive, because with our traffic study, we also prohibited vehicles from our site to make that left onto Mars Street and go down Mercury Drive down to Murfreesboro or go into that neighborhood at all. So we're trying to keep all the traffic from the site onto Minerva Drive, where all these improvements are being implemented. So that's the biggest improvement we can make to Mercury Drive. As far as the delay increasing, our traffic that we add to Mercury Drive, the intersections of Mercury Drive and Fergus Drive, are exclusively through volumes. So the way analysis works, it's not really a linear equation straight up. It kind of curves based on the volumes, and not to get too in the weeds of that, but when you look at sort of it going from level of service C at Fergus Road to level of service D at Fergus Road under projected conditions, and then you look at the volumes we're adding to the site, our projections show that we are adding, let's see, I had this 30 trips to the Fergus Road intersection. That's going eastbound and westbound combined on Murfreesboro Road, and then 32 in the PM peak. And that's compared to over 1,000, close to 2,000 trips on Murfreesboro Road. So it's just sort of basically what is our impact of our site, and that's why there were no improvements recommended for those two intersections, basically. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if we need to get more specific about anything, or if there's something I missed.
As I said to the other gentleman, there's a laundry list of things that we need to get covered. So do we have any questions or comments?
I've got some questions, and yes, you stay here for these. Gary, I'm going to rope you into some of this, if you don't mind, and if you can't answer, just say you can't. But when it comes to the traffic study and the level of service for our roads, how do we, with the assumption that this development comes in, how do we maintain current levels today with whatever traffic impact they have?
Okay, current levels today, I mean, because they explained it pretty well. We got the three levels. We have current levels today, then we have projected without their development at the time their development opens, and then we have projected with their development. So maintaining current levels today would be significant widenings and work out on Murfreesboro Road. Whether that's a traffic signal, I don't know, but this study did not recommend that. And it's a significant project to maintain current levels that we have today in the future, especially with this development.
Okay. Let me ask you the same question. How do we maintain the levels that it's at today with this? Because I'm going to just jump out here and say you're the subject matter expert on traffic. So how would you say we maintain current levels with this impact?
I say that's kind of a tricky question. I mean, there's ways to improve traffic at each intersection. There's different things you can do, whether it's adding turn lanes or sort of adjustments to the signal timing, maybe. Sometimes that helps at signalized intersections, obviously. As far as putting a traffic signal, it would help operations, but it's not warranted. And so we have a traffic signal warrant analysis in the study, and based on the MUTCD warrants, just sort of the industry standards, it doesn't meet the signal warrants. And based on the volumes, if it doesn't meet signal warrants over a certain amount of hours per day, then that causes putting in a signal where it shouldn't be, basically causes a lot more safety problems than it helps. So that's why we have those signal warrants in place to sort of analyze where to put signals. Other than that, it's sort of a case-by-case basis, and that's where we kind of landed on the turn lanes on Minerva Drive and trying to restrict everybody to using Minerva Drive as opposed to Mercury and going through the neighborhood and that kind of thing.
Okay. And this may be a question either for you or the engineer or the developer, but is the thought here that we will have tractor trailers coming out of here trying to make a left-hand turn?
Andrew Mazey with Brennan Investment Group, representing the developer. My address is 4117 Hillsborough Pike in Nashville. So tractor trailers, we're anticipating 100% leaving our site, going directly south on Minerva, and then once they arrive at the intersection of Murfreesboro Road, some will go east and some will go west.
Okay, so yes, they will be making left-hand turns. That can be troublesome just from the fact of the incline over there. So to make you aware, because I think that incline is significant. I don't go through there a whole lot. The only other thing I want to address on here, which I think this is more staff, probably Jake
more, and I know you didn't prepare all this, Jake, Bo did, but looking at a map, this whole, the statement about going through Dick Buchanan Street, I know at workshop it was stated that there was an easement discussion, but the other party just to the north weren't interested in having that discussion. The only other recourse I can see, which this I think is just as bad of one, is to buy one of the trailers on, I think it's Humboldt, and then have to go through Newview, but Newview's not built to take that, and that's the only other route I can see going to Dick Buchanan. And
Yeah, I think
I just don't see it being possible if that northern group isn't going to discuss with them, because there's no other access points other than Newview. But
yeah, I think the thought there was, at least with Dick Buchanan, tractor trailers and large trucks drive up and down that road daily.
Yeah.
With a light being there. And it's known that the roadway can hold the weight and the bearing of the trucks. And I think a lot of the concern here is with the current roadway on Minerva. I think there's a lot of questions surrounding whether trucks will be able to drive on that road without damaging it, and also without there being a light on Minerva. I know we just discussed this, but when trucks are turning left out of the property, many people know that if you go anywhere up and down that road and try to pull back out on Murfreesboro Road and turn left, you're waiting for some time before there's nobody coming from the left or right. So even if it's clear on the left, if a tractor trailer pulls out into that median there to get across, it's most likely going to be blocking this whole northbound lane. So I think the thought process there was that Dick Buchanan already has the majority of the infrastructure in place for trucks to come out on that road. As far as access getting there, I see your point exactly about how hard it'd be to get there. I just think the thought was that since there's already 18-wheelers going up and down that road daily, or large trucks, that that was a better idea versus...
yeah, it would be nice. It's just...
It would be ideal.
It's not... When you have the largest parcel owner over there not willing to play ball, then
Right.
it's... Because Newview would turn into a one-way street. I'm not sure enough that there's enough turn radius from Newview onto Dick Buchanan as well.
I don't think so. I've been over there with other organizations, and to try and turn out of Newview, it's
And then
pretty hairy.
this is a question for the engineer with this. Is the turn radius, if I'm coming off of Murfreesboro Road, coming north, so coming from Smyrna, and there's a tractor trailer in that turn lane, or there's anyone sitting in that turn lane, is there enough room for the tractor trailer to make that turn? Because I know we see them making wide turns all over the city. So
To make the left from Minerva, you're saying?
to make a right-hand turn onto Minerva, coming from basically Walmart.
So we widened all the lanes at that intersection and set back the left turn lane for that reason exactly, to make sure that has enough turn movement.
Okay.
Enough space there to make that motion, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? And are you going to submit for rezoning on the house property should it end up going that direction? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what.
My approach is still to maintain that as an access easement, and hopes that it could be a public access easement.
Okay,
And
so that'll
that
cross
mean
that
it wouldn't
bridge.
need to be rezoned.
Well, that would need to be figured out by Bo, who's not here, so that would fall into next month.
Yeah.
I do have one other question I just thought of, because I was looking at the map. I don't remember if we discussed this whenever y'all first started looking at this site, but the property line for the home crosses over with the neighbor's driveway. Like the shot that Bo was showing us of the neighbor's driveway, that driveway is actually in y'all's property.
There must be some old handshake deal about cross-access there.
And that's what I'm just wanting to find out is what if or how will that be handled, because it looks like, at least for him, to be able to access his property, something's got to occur. So have y'all had any conversations on that?
I will say we do show improvements and reconnections for his driveway in the bend there on Mars and Minerva.
Okay.
But I'll let Andrew speak to anything else.
Yeah, we're going to grant the neighbor an easement,
Okay.
as well as construct the culvert and the driveway portion that's on our property for them for free.
Okay, yeah, looking at it, it's both on the property line and then crosses over, so.
Yeah, we'll maintain a curb cut for him and do all those improvements.
I'm done with questions. It's everybody else now.
I have one question, just to help me kind of understand. So in the traffic flow, the number of cars per second or what it goes through, what is the number that would require it to have a light at that intersection? What's the difference in those two numbers?
There's multiple factors to it, but I will again, you're going to get the whole roster here. I'll pump back to Tyler.
Yeah, so the so it's not really related to the level of service average delay numbers that we were going over earlier in terms of a traffic signal warrant, because our those level of service delays are just specifically for the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, just during rush hour when it's the worst during the day. For the traffic signal warrant, it's based on it has to meet the volume criteria, which is a comparison between the major street and the minor street for over 8 hours of a day. And that's just to ensure that a signal's not there when really it only meets the warrant for 1 hour, because the rest of the hours a day, it causes unnecessary safety problems.
Because I live on that side of town and travel Murfreesboro Road quite a bit, and I can see a semi-truck trying to turn left out of there, and he's going to make a traffic light because he's not going to be able to, to go left, because traffic seems to flow through there pretty good any time of the day to me. It just seems. I almost think a traffic light there would warrant the left turn, would help with them getting out of there. What's your
Length of the truck, length of the road.
Yeah. Because if he tries to turn left and he's got traffic coming from the, I guess, west, then he's going to block that traffic if it's still coming from the.
Already have the accidents to trigger that.
Whichever way. I'm confused on the directions, but.
South, north.
Okay. Anyway, but if he's turning left, he's going to end up blocking one side of the road. I just think a light would help that.
Yeah, I understand that. It's sort of, we just go by the warrant set by just sort of the industry standards, just because it's based on sort of lots of data over many years, and that's just what the analysis shows. But I mean, I understand that situation could come up with truck drivers out there.
Yeah, because I know at Dick Buchanan, I've seen a few pretty nasty accidents at that red light, so.
All down Murfreesboro Road.
Yeah.
No further questions?
I have just one for staff, maybe legal, but I don't know. Do we need to defer this so that Bo can have conversations about the public easement, if that's appropriate or not? And either Jake or Gary can weigh in on that.
Yeah, I think Bo would definitely have a little bit, or probably a lot more insight as far as to why he is recommending the rezoning over the public or private easement access.
Well, the private is pretty, it's listed there. It's pretty simple. It's about
as far as
emergency services, but.
And Jake and I did look at length, since this is a plat, we looked at the subdivision regulations and their requirements about access. And we would like the opportunity to work some with Mr. Dodd, because it is not real straightforward the way it's worded in terms of whether public access or public right-of-way access versus easement access is required or not in this particular case. They're both listed in there, and just the wording was a little muddy to us.
So is that a yes or a no?
We would like more time to talk.
The long explanation.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion deferred.
Thank you,
We will
guys.
see you at workshop. Thank you. Item number 14, preliminary plat, LaVergne Business Center, 2 lots totaling 29 acres requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 46.01 and 25. I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Jake.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the preliminary plat for the LaVergne Business Center, which it was the item that we were just previously discussing. See, I will scroll down here to get some of the aerial imagery here so we can see that again. So there is the lot that we've been discussing on the previous item, bumping up to Minerva Drive right there. Let's see. There's just kind of a zoomed out version of the aerial, showing some relativity to Dick Buchanan Street on the west side of the image and Walmart, a little bit south of the property. So the property is currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial. And here are some of those images that we discussed on the previous item. Oh, excuse me. So this is just the home there that's at 1701, where the access will be cutting through to the property. Let's see. So here is the plat that's been submitted with the 2 lots. I will zoom in here so we can get a little bit better view of that. So you have lot 1 on the left side and lot 2 on the right, with a 3rd lot located down on the south side with the home that's currently built on it. So I will move on here to some of the staff comments. So basically all the comments from planning are everything that we mentioned on the previous item. Nothing new from the concept plan submittal, and it looks like all of the engineering comments are addressed.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? None. We will entertain a motion.
Just from a legal standpoint, do we need to defer the concept and plats kind of go together? And is there a ticking time frame for plats? I know we've got a couple of items that are ticking time bombs.
I don't have an answer on the time frame. You don't have to defer it. It may make more sense to do them together. I'll have to get back to you on a time frame. I don't know. I would think Mr. Logan would know more about that. Maybe Jake does. Sorry.
I do not have the time frame on the top of my head, but from my opinion, seeing as they kind of go hand in hand with each other and we're deferring the concept plan, I think that might be appropriate for the plat submittal also.
Thank you. Further questions? We will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to defer.
A motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15, final plat Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. 52 lots on 15.69 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Blair Road LLC. Mr. J.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the final plat of Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It is containing 52 lots with just a little under 16 acres. Let's see. Here is an aerial image of the lot being discussed with the mobile home park to the west of the lot in the image, and High Point 24, which in the image here is under construction, which is now being built on to the north of the lot. And this is just a little bit more zoomed out image of the lot here outlined in blue, with High Point 24 being over here and some apartments, and also the mobile home park being located to the west of the lot. So the lot is currently zoned PDR, which is right here in the stripe section outlined by blue. And below this, we have a couple images of the lot just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. So here's some of the construction that's currently, or it's been going on, in Portico Place. So there gives you an idea of just kind of some of the homes that are being built there and some of the architecture. And I will scroll down to the final plat here so we can take a look at that. So as you can see here, you can see the number of lots on the left side of the screen right here. So this will be the area that we are discussing right now. And I'll move on to comments here. There are no comments from planning, and it looks like that there are no comments from engineering also.
Very good, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
This will be for the applicant.
If the applicant is here, would you come to the podium, please?
I'm just wanting to make sure lot 38 is buildable. We're not going to have a variance request or anything for that.
Lot 38 against the stream.
Okay.
Yes, it should.
And if you would name and address.
Craig
for the
Urian,
record.
101 Forest Crossing. Frank.
Thank you very much, sir. Any further questions or comments while we have him at the podium?
It says here 52 lots, but they're showing 67.
Lot number 67.
It starts numbering at 16.
The numbering's confusing.
Oh,
Because it
okay.
includes one also, and it loops around.
Oh, okay, so it starts.
So there's
with
52 lots.
Okay,
but they're-
thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 16, concept plan, burnt wood, creation of 8 lots in common area on 3.9 acres, requested by Huddleston Steel. Property located on Burnt Wood Drive and Vineyard Lane, tax map 32, parcel 6.03, R1 low density residential zoning district, property owned by Gaddy Homes. Mr. Jack.
Sir, so this item is for the creation of 8 lots for the Burntwood subdivision. Let's see if I can scroll down to the image here. So you can see on the screen here, as I move over to the aerial imagery, it backs up to Blair Road right here, which is on the north side of the property right here on the screen on the north side. And it also borders Vineyard Lane and Burntwood Drive right here. So that's a really zoomed out aerial imagery right there, but there's the lot right there in the middle outlined in the blue, which backs up to the subdivision and the curve on Blair Road. So the lot is currently zoned, I can zoom in here, maybe get a better visual. R1 low density residential, so it's this orangish area right here, outlined in the blue, right under the curve of Blair Road. And we have some images here of what the lot currently looks like, which is this wooded area right here. So this right here is the lot that we're currently discussing. So I will move on down here. So we can see the concept plan. So as you can see in this image here, it's composed of 8 lots circling around a cul-de-sac, with all of the lots being fairly large, with majority of them being over a 1/4 acre lot. So they are fairly large size lots. As far as comments go, there's none from planning, and I believe that there is just one from the utility side that I will let Mr. Lott speak on.
Mr. Tatalovich requested that the existing water line be specifically labeled an 8-inch, and that was not done. However, it's a concept plan. The water line is shown in the correct place. There's nothing on this plan that is actually incorrect, and the 8-inch can be added at the preliminary plat level.
Very good, thank you. Have any questions or comments? Mayor?
Can we have the engineer?
Representative for this project, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Enoch Jarrell with Huddleston Steel Engineering in Murfreesboro.
Sir.
Hello, Enoch. Was lot 4 adjusted? I know we discussed that
We
workshop.
did. We moved the lot line between 4 and 5. 5 is smaller, 4 is larger. It's got quite a bit larger building envelope. You can have at least a 50 by 50 footprint on that lot easily to give it to the, I guess that'd be the north side of the lot. There is a power line, along Blair Road. So we made lot 4 larger to give it a larger footprint for a house. So it's got a nice size envelope.
Okay, and just for reference, to remind me, for 3 and 4, how far back off the road is the building envelope going to be?
It's about 60 feet from the right of way is with the power line. I guess you're talking about.
Well, I'm thinking future widening.
The right of way of Blair is 60 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Which I assume meets your major thoroughfare plan, but I know that across the road, the Schofter property was looking at some development. I'm not sure, maybe some road improvements. I'm not sure there. I heard discussions
about getting together with them on that.
Yeah. The Blair Road today is a ditch section street. We'll end up with a sidewalk along Blair, probably near the right of way. We could even put the sidewalk on lots 3 and 4 in an easement, to allow for future widening wouldn't be a problem. You're not, that's not going to be developable in any way with the power line. So we could put the sidewalk. We work with engineering when we submit our preliminary plat and construction plans and determine the best location for that sidewalk. But it could very easily be on lots 3 and 4 in an easement to allow for future widening.
You got that for final?
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions or comments?
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 17, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Alderman, new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Do we have a update, sir?
Yes, so we don't have anything visually in the packet to look at on the screen, but Mr. Logan and I have been working with Ms. Williams and Mr. Brown on getting some things squared away in the ordinance and the map. I think Juliet might be able to speak a little bit more in detail on it than I will be.
Hello, Commissioners. Yes, we're still working on that, and I know we have been working on this for a while. It's a tremendous amount of work. However, we're still working with Todd. He is our GIS mapper for the city. We have some information from Smyrna because we want to make sure that the Smyrna airport maps are correct. So that's what we're working on currently. But yes, we're hoping to have this done, hopefully by the next workshop or so. So we're working hard, I promise.
Thank you. And for legal, with this being an agenda item, do we need to vote and defer? Or can we call it discussion?
Says recommendation.
We can go ahead and vote to defer. I think that's the best course of action.
Very good.
Well,
Mayor?
I'll make a motion to defer it, but I do want to make one statement once we have a motion in a second.
Thank you. We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
He wants a discussion.
Oh, it's discussion. You didn't call it,
I did just want to address from the
Thank you.
public comment period. This commission did honor every request that came to us for residents to maintain their current zoning. Not just Marlowe, but also the Fergus properties, the LaVergne Business Park property. Jefferson Pike. There are multiple ones. So our thought was if we're doing it for one, we're doing it for all, regardless of how we feel about these different properties. So so that I wanted to address that with this so that it's out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And last item is bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, if you don't mind.
Hi again. All the bonds, you should have a list in front of you. Everything's been updated. We do have one expiring in January. I have already reached out to the bank, and they are working on that. So besides that, everything looks good.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? With that, I would like to thank everyone for their time. It's been a wonderful year. We've gotten a lot done. And just thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is January 4th, 2024, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing in the new year for this community and for our nation. Father God, I pray for our first responders, our EMS, our police, and our fire department. Please bless our community and bring unity for the next year. All things I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to my flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, we have approved minutes from the December 5th, 2023 regular meeting. A motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to department reports. Police Department. Deputy Chief Hatcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman, and Happy New Year. You have the reports in front of you. Everything is moving along. We have some areas where we still have some concerns that we want to try and improve on as we continue to try and get our staffing up, which we're really excited about this year. The launch of Dayforce has been incredible from what I was told as far as the amount of applicants in a short period of time, and we're really, really excited, which is also one of the things that's on the consent agenda for this evening for our additional assistance needs.
Can you speak to the sharp increase with shoplifting?
So, two different things. One, obviously, the state has increased the level of a felony from $400 to $1,000 for merchandise and for property. So there's been an obvious elevation in the amount of shoplifting and thefts, not just in LaVergne, that's nationwide. They have a loss prevention person over at Walmart that is extremely aggressive and has been apprehending just about anybody and everybody they can get their hands on. And in doing so, they obviously get a small bonus that goes along with each one of those apprehensions. So we from what I understand, Captain Call says we tried to recruit, but she was making more money than we could offer at the time. So, with that being said, she's going to be moving on to another department or another job of some kind in the next few weeks. But so I would imagine that may or may not lower down a little bit.
Okay, that answered my other question, which was, is this centered around one business? And so, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
How are y'all dealing with the shorthanded of staff? I know we lost one, and a few of them has moved on and retired. How y'all dealing with the shorthanded and the police staff?
Well, we're managing as best we can, Alderman Waldron. Some days are better than others because we're allowed the opportunity to have some overlap and some additional resources. But we're still answering all of our calls for service, and we're still providing the best service that we can possibly do under the conditions that we're in. Yes, sir.
And I believe you have a large number of applicants you're going through right now?
That is correct. It's a very, very large number. As a matter of fact, we had to actually close the posting so that we could sort through all of them, and we're really excited about the opportunities of that.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you have had an opportunity to review our report for last month and for the 2023 end of the year. You will see that there is a significant uptick in structure fires. That's almost double, just under double that. Trying to do a little bit of homework, a little bit of research into that. We believe that has changed due to some different documentation on our part. So what classifies as a structure fire may or may not have changed this year in our documentation. So we're trying to determine that to see exactly where that's at. Everything else seems to be within 5 to 10 runs or responses as we were this time last year. So we've had a 20-run increase, which is significantly different than the last 2 or 3 years, which was a 20% increase. So we're pretty happy about that. Any questions?
Could you remind the community about the form online to fill out for your home?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Community Connect is a application or a software that is on the City of LaVergne's Fire Department webpage. You click on that link. That leads you to the Community Connect. You enter your name, your address, contact information, the number of people that live there, your pets. You may list your gas shutoffs, electricity shutoffs. If you have a meeting place, if you evacuate your house to an emergency, and you're going to meet by the tree, and we know that's where everybody should gather, all that can be listed there. It will also notify you in case you're not home and we respond to your house. It sends you a message or calls you and lets you know that we're responding to your home. And those are significant increases in our responses. Our firefighters en route can review that information. And I've had some question about the security of it because everybody's concerned about their personal information, and that has the same security measures as your banking software, your online banking software. So we feel very secure with that application.
I filled one out this past week. It's very direct. It only took me about 5 minutes at the most.
Absolutely.
So please make sure you do so.
I always say it's kind of like my generation had a window sticker that said Tot Finder. And so firefighters would arrive on the scene and they would see a window sticker and you would know a child was behind that window. And obviously we don't want that in today's environment. So this is a very secure way of providing information to firefighters.
Oh, just a reminder, it does ask about fur babies too.
And oh, absolutely. I mean, you can upload your
You
pictures.
didn't say anything about fur babies, and so.
But you can upload pictures of that. And so, I mean, it's a pretty powerful piece of software that's zero cost to the citizens.
Have you had a pretty good response?
It comes and goes. You know, I think when questions like this are brought up in a public forum, or we have a public service announcements, or one of y'all share on your social media sites, we definitely see an uptick. And then, you know, as we not talk about it, it kind of goes away and then it comes back up. So anytime that you have an opportunity in your forums, we ask that you share about it. We put it out at all the public events, 4th of July, Old Timers Festival, or the Fall Festival, all that. So we try our best to put that out. We spoke about it last night in a News Channel 2 interview, so.
Thank you, sir.
The same thing with police department. Y'all had a application, a lot of applications. I know y'all have been running a little bit short on man. You still got 13 on duty each shift, right?
Yes, sir, we have a minimum of 13, no matter what. That's our minimum staffing, and we'll accomplish that through overtime, or I even rode a fire truck, rode on Christmas Eve just to accommodate that staffing.
You had a change in the application people applying for?
Right now, we are 9 firefighters short, actually 10, one off lieutenant's position, and we have 9 applicants that have job offers that are going through the background checks. So if we're fortunate and these people do get through the backgrounds and all the physicals, we will be one short of fully staffed going into a class in February and graduating in May.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ronnie. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 92 help desk tickets, 607 man hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, January 15th will be our Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. That'll take place here in the boardroom, 10 a.m. February 3rd, that's looking ahead a little bit, father-daughter dance. That will actually be at LaVergne Middle School off of Stones River Road. That will be from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in their gymnasium. You see our past events, December 2nd, that was our scheduled day for Parade of Lights. We had to postpone that. We had the tree lighting ceremony on the 8th of December. Past senior events, the Christmas party was December 14th at the Multipurpose Building, and upcoming meetings on January the 2nd, we have 3 Senior Center Advisory, which that'll take place here at City Hall for the first time at 5 p.m., and then Park and Rec at 6, and beautification at 7. Any questions?
David, first question for the father-daughter dance. Of course, that's open to all combinations. for if a young lady doesn't have a father or whatnot. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Open to everyone. Everybody's welcome. We're not turning anybody away. Last year, we were kind of caught off guard because the numbers had been down. So we outgrew the multipurpose building again, so we moved it back to the school. Not turning anybody away. Sons, fathers, daughters, aunts, sisters, anybody's welcome.
And then are we advertising the same way that we did last year to drive?
Yeah, and I think what helped us last year was all you guys pushing it out too on your pages. Like the fire chief said, that helps tremendously. We were overwhelmed by the turnout. And at that point, it was halfway through. Alderman Hobbs, you came, your family came. And when you guys showed up, the line was back to the softball field.
It was.
So we're going to try to avoid that this year. We're looking for a good event. I think it's going to be a good turnout, so we continue to, hopefully that one will grow.
And then for Martin Luther King Day Jr. Celebration, who are our guest speakers?
Pastor Joe Randall, he'll be here. He'll lead the prayer. He'll also say, he'll give a speech. He does a little Bible study, holds a weekly Bible study at the Senior Center. And then Commissioner Hope Oliver will be our second guest speaker that day. That'll take place here in the boardroom. Light refreshments will be served. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library. It's Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Alderman, good evening and Happy New Year. 2024 is going to be a great year. We can feel it in our bones. Our attendance and our circulation was down just a little bit, but we take that into account that our library was closed for a week for maintenance and for also getting our book sale set up, which our book sale started on January the 2nd. Started off with a boom. We're doing great. It will go from now until all items are sold. And we have adult, YA, children's books, DVDs, CDs, and we also pulled out a couple of containers of old summer reading t-shirts. A lot of people have said that they would love to have some of the t-shirts that the staff have worn over the years. Not actually the staff wore, but some that we had left over. You know, it's not like the Elvis
Few
thing.
hand-me-downs.
Right. And we're selling those for $2 each, and those have really moved well. The library will be closed on January 15th in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The library board will meet Monday, January 8th at 5 p.m. here at the City Hall boardroom. And I wanted to go over a couple of the Teens and Tweens programs that are coming up. At the very bottom of the page, you will see Saturday, January the 20th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Teens and the Tweens, which go from 10 years old until 17 years old, will be creating a Chinese New Year dragon. And this dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library in the YA area. It is made from cereal boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, and all sorts of wonderful sparkly gems. This year is the year of the dragon. So we're excited about the teens and tweens coming together to make that great creation. On Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the teens and tweens will be doing something similar to an escape room at the library, except they're not really going to be escaping anywhere. It's going to be a fun-filled activity that will take them on a journey through the main library. And they have to be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. They're going to be like Sherlock Holmes. So we're really excited about that. We have buttons made that when they get that code cracked, they can proudly wear their Sherlock Holmes button. So we're excited. We hope to have a lot of our teens and tweens out. Most of the activities that we do separate the younger from the older. So the teens would be your 13 to 17-year-olds, and your tweens are those 10 to 12-year-olds that don't usually fit in anywhere, and so we have a place for them now. So we're excited. Then I wanted to show one great thing. Miss Mary, our wonderful crafting lady, and that does a little bit of everything at the library, she does strings and things. It's the adult craft time, and it's winter luminaries. It's a mason jar, has a little light inside of it. It's coated. It's going to have sparkles, which Alderman, no, I know that your eyes lit up when I said sparkles before. And they're going to decorate it with some jute and some leaves. It's going to be beautiful. So would love to have any adult who is 18 or over to come and join us for that, but we do need you to sign up in advance at the circulation desk. And of course, you can find all of our great programs, which you can see January is pretty full. And thank you to all of our mayor and aldermen and other members who do share this when we share it on Facebook. Story times, the regular story times start back on Monday, January the 8th. Any questions?
How's the kiosk doing? I know it's, should be very popular.
It is very popular. And during the book sale, we had several people who come in for the book sale that are not patrons of our library, and they will see it over to the side, and they say, "Oh, we didn't know that you had that. We'll be sure to come back and use it." It gets a lot of use.
A lot of people don't probably, the kiosk throws them off. That's where you can renew your driver's license at the library. You can renew it. You can only renew it, I think.
You can renew it. You can change your address. There are several different things that you can do. You just cannot get the star there, but you can renew your license.
It's so convenient there than having to drive to Nashville, Murfreesboro, or Smyrna.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Donna. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Ms. Donna, you had one other event this past month.
Yes.
And it was in partnership with the police and the fire department. Can you speak to that?
The last minute toy store?
Yes, ma'am.
That was amazing. The library was very proud to be the home base for the parents to come and choose some things for their children. And very well put together. Amber led us off with that, and then so many volunteers jumped in, helped out. Santa came. And Santa, and then myself and Miss Julie from the police department, we were the ones that got to corral the children and keep them up front, coloring and feeding them donuts and juice. And it was just a lot of fun, but it was great. I mean, there were so many items for the parents to choose from.
I can't remember, and I don't know, Deputy Chief, if you remember the number, how many families overall were? It was over 100, I know.
It was 43 families
43
with
families.
144 children.
44 children, okay. Okay, well, good job by everybody who was involved.
Yes, it was fabulous.
Thank you, ma'am. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have your financial report from November. This is November, and I just wanted to let you know, property tax collections for December and the 1st of January are already 3.7 million. So some of those numbers will start to look a little better once we get that revenue in. Our sales tax was $923,000 above budget and $375,000 above our prior year. You'll see the rest of our balances. The second page is our balances in our bank accounts, and then our comparisons to prior year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Sparkles.
Sparkles.
He thought she said sprinkles.
Sprinkles, sorry.
Put him back behind.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I hope you've had the opportunity to review the water treatment plant's report for December. Any questions?
Can you take us through the complaints?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't expecting that one bit. We had four complaints this month, one for high pressure, two for low pressure, and one for cloudy water. For the high pressure complaint, we advised the customer to contact a plumber to adjust their pressure reducing valve if it was too much for them. We didn't get a pressure reading for that, but you know, that's kind of subjective. If it's too much for you, then going to want to change that. For the two low pressure, one was at an establishment or a home that didn't have a hose bib on the outside, so we couldn't check the pressure. We advised them to contact our maintenance department to see if they could move any further, get a better look, whether it's inside the facility or their home, excuse me. For the second, it was an issue with two leaks that we had going on in the system at that time. So they were affected by that. It was actually something that came through. I wanted to say he's not here, or actually is, yes, Glenn. It came through the city database, and Glenn sent me over the complaint. I was able to contact the customer and see what was going on. I advised them to contact me if they were continuing to have the issue the next morning because it was a weekend. I did not receive any phone call, but a couple days later they sent another post or another comment stating that everything was back to normal. So, however, that's I think one of the first times or a couple times that's gone through, but it was very successful. I appreciate your help with that, so that we could get that customer taken care of. The last was a cloudy water complaint. This was from due to air in the line due to the 24-inch main project. So it's a customer that's dealt with issues previously and is aware. We asked, they did have their hydrant flushed. We asked if they wanted that flushed again to see if we could get rid of any more air. They said, no, we understand what's going on, but if you can flush it when the project's done, we'd appreciate that. And I said, obviously, we would do that for them. So once this is done, hopefully sooner than later, we'll get that taken care of for this customer.
And where do they call if they have any issues?
No, I won't pick
Not Miss Donna's number.
615-793-6536, option 2, and that gets you to the water treatment plant.
Any questions?
I noticed that the lake is pretty much at winter pool right now. How does that affect the water treatment operations?
Thankfully, we haven't seen anything different from the previous months or been affected by the
Some of
level.
the people that constantly call in, like for water problems, do y'all advise them about getting a water filter?
We, to be honest, have not had issues with taste or odor or anything like that. The main complaints are low pressure is what we deal with. So that's typically their pressure reducing valve.
Is it any part of town that's worse than the others?
Not that I've noticed. I think again it's with the low pressure because it's typically their device on their property. It's isolated to their location.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-28, an ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 6, Section 2-601 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the membership of the Local Emergency Planning Committee. This received a favorable recommendation from the LEPC on November 13th, 2023. Do need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 18P, Group C, parcels 5 and 5.01, consisting of approximately 0.83 acres, located at 512 and 516 Old Nashville Highway, from an R3 high-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service commercial zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Alderman Waldron. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
No.
I vote aye. Motion passes. We're going to go on to number 7, first reading ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2024-01, a resolution to accept Phase 1 of the Carruthers Crossing subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Then number 9, a resolution, resolution 2024-02, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have the appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and one applicant who is the current member. And I'll reappoint Rhonda Humphrey to the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then next we have the library board. We've got 2 terms expiring, and we've got one applicant. I'll make a motion to appoint Dr. Martin Burgess back to that board. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
That motion passes. Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We've got 2 terms that are vacant, 4 terms that are expired. And so the 4 terms that have expired, I will reappoint, which is Michael Dietz, Glenn Green, Doug Oakley, and Tanya Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item, motion to approve or reject a request for proposal for the Senior Center Services Provider. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve. Second for discussion.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Kind of talked at length in the workshop about this, and I done a little studying. It was my understanding in the workshop, the 54 company was gonna do it cheaper than what LaVergne's paying now. LaVergne is paying $174,000 out of city pocketbook. The CNRC is putting in $28,000. And the Rutherford County's putting in 28,800 for the CNRC, 46,200 for the Rutherford County, and the 54, what is it called, 54?
54.
Just 54. They're gonna do it for 220. So actually, it's gonna cost LaVergne $46,000 more if I'm figuring right. Because with a 54, they won't get the 46.2 from Rutherford County, or they won't get the 28.8 from the GMISRC.
They are still eligible for those funds. When you look at that, you're taking those funds into our budget also. Those funds aren't guaranteed to us every year either. They have to be recertified every year. Several years ago when COVID hit, the amount of money the center got from the county, I believe, was lowered a certain amount. And then as they built that fund back up, we've gotten more money. So even those funds that that we get from GNRC or that we get from the county, those aren't guaranteed funds from us either.
Right.
So if we didn't have those funds, that additional funding would have to come out of our general
Yeah, right now, the city is putting out 174, and what we're gonna pay the 54 is 220. And another question I have, are they gonna still use the building down there?
Yes, sir. That will remain the city's building.
What about the insurance and liability on the building?
They'll carry insurance, and we'll carry insurance. There will be an additional shirt on their policy, and there will be an additional shirt on our policy.
What are we gonna do about the vehicles?
The van, which is pretty new, we could probably refilter it. We could probably use it at parks for our event coordinator. The bus, it's not ADA compliant, and maybe at some point we decide to donate that to 54 to use for trips. That would obviously have to come back before this board.
Yeah, my understanding, it was gonna be cheaper before we turn it over, but I found out it's gonna cost us.
Yeah, I haven't put pencil to paper as far as what it's gonna cost, but I do know the GNRC funds and the county funds that you're referring to, that organization is still gonna be eligible for those. And even if we continue to operate it and say next year we didn't get the 40-some-odd thousand from the county, we take that 46 or 48 out that we're getting from the county, it's still gonna take that 48 to operate that building down there. So even if we back those funds out of there, the city's still on the hook for that money.
I'm not comfortable on really voting on it. We had such a short Tuesday to today. We just had I wasn't able to do a whole lot of looking in and figuring within one day turnaround.
Well, and Alderman Waldron, with all due respect, those figures aren't gonna change if we put this off another month. And I can sit up here and honestly tell you, the park staff is stretched thin. We went from having the doors open 4 days a week to 3 now because our staff is.
This is just information I found out within one day. You know, I'd be comfortable if we had more time to crunch some numbers. You know, it's.
I mean, I think the motion is to just approve or reject a proposal. So, I mean, I'm interested to hear a little bit more about the proposal, learn a little bit more about the proposal, but we got to get there first, right? So.
Well, that's their proposal. Their full proposal is in y'all's packet. You have that information. What we need is, if we want to move forward with
that doesn't obligate us to a contract with them.
No, this would allow us to form that contract.
Now I'm figuring, I found out it's cost us $46,000 more.
Well, we don't know the exact amount at this point that it's going to cost because we have not formed that contract yet. Right. These numbers are based off of a 1 year. We could go into a longer or shorter period time frame contract because if you just go off of our budget year, if we went into a contract just to take us to the budget year, we would do a contract for 2 to 3 months and then have to turn around and immediately do another one. Whereas if we do a 17-month contract, that would take us through our next budget year. But part of that contract and putting that together is figuring out those prices. And then all of that still comes back before this board. So whereas you were saying you would like more time, well, you're going to have more time because this just approves the city to go ahead and get that contract with 54 together. It still has to come back before this board for approval. This isn't an automatic approval for any of that. So
it's just too many ifs out there for me. Personally, just too many ifs for me.
But you would see that before you vote on the contract. Any other discussion?
And one of the things that dollars and cents is definitely a part of it, but David is bringing up one of the big things that we really gotta think about it. His staff is getting thin. They've got another part of this city to operate. They can't just operate the senior center, and that kind of bothers me because, you know, they're down to 3 days because his employees are trying to do 2 jobs, and we've got to think about people to, you know, it's easy for us to sit up here and say, hey, let's do this, but the bottom line is, if you don't have people to run it and operate it, then the only other alternative is to shut it down until we get those people in place. I'm not saying this is a perfect situation. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, the dollars and cents, along with Evan and them doing the contracts, making sure everything is fine, it's got to come back to us. But, you know, I heard some people say to me the other day, well, hire some people that can do it. Man, that'd be awesome.
That's a challenge.
Well, it's like telling Chief over here, hey, hire some people and get some people working.
Let me interject real quick. When you say hire some people to do it, in theory, that sounds great. We're just going to pull anybody off the street and stick them in there. That environment will not handle that. That's why we are struggling as it is. The other lady that was up here the other night that didn't get to speak a lot, Miss Lisa Maddox, she has 17 years of social services under her belt. That's going to come into play. Alderman Waldron, you're bringing up the financial part of it. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to cost. I know if we were to lose any of those grants, this board would be responsible for finding that money. Same as them. That's what it's going to cost them to run it. That's what it cost us to run it. If we were to back out the 46 grand from the county, that money's got to come from somewhere. So they are still eligible for those. Now, what we didn't talk about, which that would probably be where the attorneys would come in, is that figure they proposed. If they do get awarded those grants, does that funds get backed out of that? I don't know. That never came up. What they gave you guys was a flat figure as what it would cost them to manage our senior center. That wasn't taken into account. They're getting grant money because that's what they need from the city. So if they get 46 grand, I would just assume in my mind, we could back that 46 out.
It's just a clawback provision that would be in the contract, so.
That's just something we just don't know.
Well, and another thing, our members are not getting charged a fee, which we talked about the other night, but that still gives them the opportunity to go to any 50 Forward Senior Center. Even though they don't pay a membership in LaVergne, they are a member of LaVergne. If they want to go to an event at Donaldson, they're more than welcome to attend as a member.
So with that, we have a motion and a second to move forward with basically the forming of the contract that would come back before this board. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, I hope everybody had a safe, happy Christmas and New Year. Always remember the elderly. Check on the elderly, and make sure the pets has got ample shelter and fresh water. And remember and keep in our prayers the Ingalls family. They had a death in their family, and two of their family members used to work for LaVergne. Just keep the Ingalls family in our prayers. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just kind of referring back to the senior center, I just want to say, this board, just to speak frankly, this board goes through, a lot of money goes through our hands, our responsibility. And I think ultimately, talking about $46,000, we owe it to our community. This is a community service. We owe it to our seniors. I think it's a good thing. We need qualified individuals in there to help them cognitively, physically, socially. We owe it to our community. I mean, 46,000, we're nickel and diamond here. Like we owe it to those folks. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
Just to kind of add on to what Alderwoman Hobbs has said, I have volunteered at the senior center for many years, and to find qualified people to be there on a daily basis would be quite a chore. And once again, the $46,000, we ask for it from GNRC and from Rutherford County. So, and like David said, 54 would be eligible to ask for those funds also. Our seniors are the backbone of our community. They're our history. And we owe it to them to have a place that they can go, and then to have an organization that can provide activities for them to go outside the center for field trips, to go to restaurants and do other things. And it's one day the community will be a senior citizen. So, and once again, just Happy New Year.
Vice Mayor No.
Only thing I got is I want to encourage everybody to go out and get your red Stanley Cup.
That it, sir?
That's it.
Okay. We've got a few items. I just want to remind everyone about the special census that's been going on and will be going on for the next quarter. Please make sure that you participate in the census. We've got people going door to door. We'll have more over the next couple of months going door to door. And this helps our city receive the proper amount of funding from the state with the state shared revenue. So we need your help with this. So please participate. You can do it online. We've got paper forms. Please, please, please participate. I do want to ask everyone to continue to keep the Joyner family in your prayers. They suffered a major loss, both for our community and for their family. So ask that you please keep them in your family. Do want to thank the Rutherford County Chamber of Commerce. I was invited up yesterday for the Leadership Rutherford Mayor's Panel, where we talk about the inner workings of local government to each of their classes. So Mayor Reed, Mayor McFarland, Mayor Lehman, Mayor Carr, and I were all up there. We have a good time, and we tie more people into what local government is and how it works. So that was a great little event. The last thing, and this is kind of just to remind both the board and all of our city staff, is a lot of times we think we're in the service industry with what we do here. We service the residents, but quite frankly, we're in the quality of life business. And that's improving the quality of life for our residents, whether it's making sure they're not driving into work with a bumpy road from potholes that Doug loves so much when I call them in, or that they don't have too much chlorine in their water, that they don't have people speeding or breaking into their homes, that there's not a forest fire raging through the city, and that they can reach out whenever they have any issues that affect their quality of life. That's the business that we're in, is to improve the quality of life for all of our residents. And so as we're starting off 2024, I wanted to remind everyone of that, because we all get caught up in what we do, what we're trying to accomplish, our goals, and that kind of helps center us back to what we're doing, whether it's our residents or our employees as well. So with that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you.